Welcome back, everybody, or welcome, not back, right? It's the first game of the day. I'm MJ. I'm going to be bringing you through the first couple of course, Season 3, Series 1. We're in the closed quals. We've got Ruby versus Rage up first. You saw the schedule just there. And yeah, I think we've got a pretty jam-packed day. Sangal Alliance afterwards. I'll be bringing you through that one. That should be an absolute banger. Then for the evening session, it's Unity against Zero Tenacity and SABRE facing off against TNL, a team that have been on very, very good form recently. But the same could be said for a few of these sides. Ruby being one of them. They've been on fantastic form as of recent. Rage, the core of that old Spray Jutsu roster, with a lot to prove after their top 6 in advance last season. We'll take a little look at this Ruby side first. Cade, Sowalio, Fozil, Hazanator, and Easy. Some players with some decent experience, some decent tenure previously. This Ruby roster was sort of locked and loaded with unknown CIS players. It's built its way up since then. The OGs have found themselves with a bit of weight behind their names, and obviously bringing in players like Fozil from Team Space, and Easy sort of had that tenure on there. I think he was on Ori Youngbloods for a bit and then went to Gun 5. Now he's here. And has a lot to prove. Cade was the man to watch out for, though. I watched his game yesterday against Monse in Thunderpick. He was absolutely unbelievable. Highlights left, right, and center from that guy. And I'm hoping to see the same again from him today. Over on the other side of things, as I say, this Rage roster, the core of that Spray Jutsu side, that had a really, really good time in ESEA Advanced this season. You see those three, or actually not quite those three with the pictures: Oxygen, Alasia, and Fortuna, the core of that Spray Jutsu side. Then, of course, Relief WoW and Fates Yoshi. We'll have a fun one with that today, I'm sure. Coming into this roster, and I think they're sort of the two pieces that have just come in since they moved over to Rage. I'm not really sure how it works because they've been part of this Rage team for a while, but Yeah, a roster that I'm like not too familiar with. We haven't seen them play all too much at this kind of level. We'll take a little look at the Veto. Both teams with a fairly shallow map pool. Rage certainly more so than Ruby. So Anubis and Inferno banned out. Dust2 picked. Nuke picked by Ruby, and then Mirage as that decider. Kind of interesting. Ruby struggled a little bit on Mirage against Monty yesterday. It wasn't terrible. They went the full 24 rounds. They lost it 13-11, but yes, I'm glad that they don't pick into it here. They go for a little bit more of a punish pick, trying to face against Rage on a map that they aren't too familiar with. So I think Nuke's a pretty good one there. Rage have played it twice in the last 3 months. They lost it both times. They lost to Garden Garage and Partisan, the two teams that actually knocked them out of the running there in advanced. Garden Garage now at Chemistry, of course. And yeah, I don't know. I think this veto definitely favors Ruby. I think there's very few vetoes that you could really cook up that wouldn't favor Ruby here, just because they do have that deeper map pool. But we'll see. We'll see how things go as we get into the server. Dust2 coming up first. I think it should be a pretty good one. Seems like the players are taking a little bit of time to ready up, though. With the delays, anyone that's sort of been sat anticipating this game would have seen the time being added to the timer. I thought we were going to breeze through and speed run this pre-show, but actually we've got a minute or so. However, it seems like we are ready to rumble on Dust2. So yeah, it is going to be the Rage map pick. The one sort of comfortability, I guess, for this veto. They'd like to play Ancient. It's interesting that Ruby are actually able to ban Rage's strengths and not their own weaknesses. So yeah, for Rage, I like this map. I think maybe there's a chance that they could cause a little bit of an upset. We have seen some real upsets out of these Kazakh sides recently, but Ruby going in with full pace, full confidence, a 4-man push up middle. Catching the back of the leg of Relief Wow will confirm that they're playing for the long control. Now, it's kind of interesting. These two teams were supposed to play in their opening match here in the group. They ended up not playing. Ruby forfeited. I think they had another game elsewhere. They forfeited the match. Maybe screams a little bit of confidence that they're just eager to get it done in the decider game. They don't mind. Take the loss on the chin. I mean, for VRS and whatnot, that's always awkward, but somewhat of a chance to get those points back. It's a little bit of a shame for them because they lose far more points from, you know, forfeiting a game and losing and then winning. It doesn't. It's not quite a straight swap. You can't just win them back. You, yeah, lose more points if you lose against a team that are lower ranked, and gain more points if you win against a team that are higher ranked. I'm not quite sure how it works if yeah, I'm not quite sure how it works if you get a forfeit win against a higher ranked team. Because that would be kind of crazy, wouldn't it? Imagine you're like super low ranked, you have a game against a really high ranked team. They then have like tech issues or so. Like there's zero chance that you're gonna win it. They then have tech issues or something, and you end up with a forfeit win. There's no way that you just get like 100 points for it or something, right? I don't know. That'd be interesting. Maybe we'll see that happen at some point. Seems like we're having some slight technical issues. Apparently the server's lagging. So we're into a small technical pause. Hopefully we shouldn't need to restart or anything like that. We should just be able to roll from here in just a moment. We are going to have to go to a short break though, folks. So really sorry about this. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the delays. Seemed like we had to restart the server and do all sorts of stuff. But it seems like we're good to go again. We're not lagging anymore. We're good to go for round number 2. Ruby, obviously taking the pistol. Rage not really too much to bring into that first, but we're good to go for the second. Good start, though. Nice Deagle shot out of oxygen. Trying to get something more out of this, you know? Anything. Any damage is good damage in a round like this, but... yeah, 1 kill, a little bit of spam. A lot of clicks in the chat, which is worrying. Maybe it's a bit of BM. Resonator. Oh. Saw an elbow, doesn't want to commit to the swing, knows the Deagle will be holding, and packs quite a nasty bite. They've got that flank coming in from top mid as well. We have to deal with things shortly, and B9, that's great. Having a little bit of a hard time, but against the unarmored opponents, it's not too problematic. There you go. Following up. Terrorists win. There we go. Two on the board for Ruby. Things aren't allowed to get too complicated there. They're able to just upgrade off of that SMG as well, which I think does them a few favors. From heaven. Big, nice head shot. Gonna try and follow this up, but it doesn't want to sort of overstate this and overface. Bozil's got his back covering the tunnels. Hazenator here's the steps. Big swing. Rage. Their buy round falling flat on its face. All getting a little bit awkward. Counter-terrorists win. So Elliot finishes it off nice and tidy, flawless round. I'm still worried. I'm hearing these clicks in the chat and it's getting me worried. So things are smooth and we are okay to go. Cade working his way up short. Eventually punished. The nice shot from Malaysia. Trade it right back. It's just these upgraded pistols unlikely get a whole lot done here in this one. We'll be able to get this bomb down. 2 deagle shots connected. Clutch would be on top, but he's already done a lot for a round that felt unwinnable. Beautiful stuff out of him to convert a couple there, but it is still going to be a 4th on the board for Ruby. Bomb plant going down will at least give them a little bit of extra cash. There's something there to fall back on. Thought we'd get a replay of the deagle shots. Not to be the case. Okay, right. We're back. Round number 5, Rage, wanting this to be their shot at success. So this one dropping up from short, I like it, but Hazanator has the answer. The key orc shot, Hazanator goes nuclear. From him. Last, that went a little bit wrong, he went through CT instead. Will deny him the chance at the ace, but a hold that does not falter. He's 10-0. I said so. Sorry, I said Cade was the man to watch out for today. I mean, he's had a great start as well, but Hazanator yet to die. They don't have the recipe to kill him. It doesn't seem like it. Easy. Rattling off a couple of shots. Yet to put one on the board despite the early successes. Lack of opportunity, I'll put it down to, though. It's only 0-2. Early trade. Problem is, oxygen falling, relief. Takes a lot of damage. That molly will impede their progress onto the site as well. We'll be able to slip the net, manage to find a little gap to get that bomb planted. Hazanator finally dies. It's 11-1. The triple ones might be where it stays. So Alio, big headshot. Down to a 2v2. So Alio not able to follow up. It's Fozil left. He's got full HP and he's got info on both. Just desperate for one of them to peek him. He's got a kit, a smoke. Not a lot you can do with it. Peeks out. Fortuna's there. And it'll be Rage. But they're first on the board. Finally. Okay, Fortuna maybe has worked out the recipe for Hazanator. An unbelievable shot through the door on the cross. Puts his second death down. Hazanator, nothing he can do about that, really. Another early entry. Falling right back. 5v3. So Alia wants to still stay relevant here. They've given up the A site, but a decent chance at a retake with their positions. He's pushed all the way up long. He's got his teammates in hot pursuit on short as well. On the hill. Go, try and take these fights. Spray down. Connects for one and a whole load of damage. Fozil doesn't want to touch this any further. He'll back away. And a 4v2 is where we will draw the line in the sand. So Alio taken out after somewhat having the last say. Rage have maybe found the answer here. Bozo having to buy into this MP9 as well. They went for the save for the last. They didn't necessarily have to. That was just about enough money, but that would have prevented this Fozil MP9, that's for sure. Nice start, Fozil. Up on the stop, to be honest. The SMG, the right weapon for the job. Gonna get overwhelmed here though, 1 for 1. Fine. He has to with it. His teammates to do the rest of the lifting easy. Unwilling to play in front of the flames. Bomb has been planted. It's a good job he doesn't. Would have been baited into a second firebomb at his feet. 3v3 retake on the B site. And there's no kit. Cade's got a full belt of use, so he's gonna drop a couple of flashes over to Easy. There we go. You got the AWP. You take a few steps back. Bot flash just in. I like the boost over the smoke, but no one to be on the receiving end of it. And to be honest, Ruby just needs to pull the plug on this. With no defuse kits, they really don't have time. They don't find a kill in the next couple of seconds. They've got to get out of here. Molly's good. Flushes out the first. Now, it might make them into a false sense of hope in this round. Already too far gone. It's really unwinnable. Easy will eventually trade it out, but there is no hope for round number 8, as it will firmly go the way of Rage, and we will start to close things up even further. 5-3, a good chance for Rage to tie up this scoreline. As we go into round number 9, they won't be able to quite do it here, but the one following for sure. Bad start for Easy. I like the initiative though. Trying to activate that or make it relevant. A round like this where there's not really a whole lot else invested. Try and do what you can. Carrying away and saving won't do you any favours. Shot from Fozil as they came out of cap, but yeah, it doesn't seem like we'll see a whole lot more here. So, Oxygen picking up another, and that will send us right into a 5-4 scoreline. A dominant start from Ruby, but it's short-lived. Go. Number 10. This is where things can tie up. Oxygen. Patiently. Hazonator's going to start to work his way up. Okay, just spotted the drop through the smoke, but he can't save his teammate. A lot of damage dealt. The Refractor's chances of barreling through. Literally 1 HP there on relief wow. He eventually goes down, but Fortuna following up with another position. Elijah jiggles, confirms both are there, stops him on the P. Now what? A big kill back, a double from him in fact. And that'll seal the deal, close the book on that round. Look at that from Cade. Really great work being done. Away we go again. This time with really low CC weaponry actually. Really what you want, but it'll have to suffice. Follows up with his P9 actually doing God's work. Fozil and Hazonator keeping on the ground, and G is gonna actually hit the burst. Fortuna lands the nose gun. If Fozil was a little bit lower, that could have all gone wrong. But doesn't end up going his way. That is so unfortunate. And really a round that Ruby had no business in winning. They've struggled to find the answer in these last couple. They find it right there, written in the sand. They lock it in. Early advantage, Eliza drops. Angle. Ooh. Flashed out. This is the shot. Follow up. Cade with another of his own though.
Bomb has been planted.
Didn't this look easy? Yep. Nice and tidy. Nice and tidy. It's a very good round.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Ultimately, a reasonably well-recovered half. I mean, they're not going to be over the moon with it, but there's something there for sure. Something to build upon. 7-5 then. Ruby kicking things off on their T side now in the second half. They had a very, very good start here to Dust 2. It wavered a little bit at the end, but they came back with some brute force in those final couple of rounds. Elijah. Oh, beautiful headshot. Looking for more here as well. Hasanator. Again, the first to drop. He had an unbelievable start to this game. Remember, he was 11-0 at one point. Then was traded instantly 11-1. Since then, gone 14-8. His fall from grace has certainly been noticed. How will it go in this second half? How will it impact the remainder of this match? Oxygen with a nice headshot. Everybody, I think Fate's following up. Bozil left by himself, but B bomb site. Wanting to try and put it on the lock and key, but having a hard time finding that head. Fate's able to take it right back the other way. We are really scrapping this one out on Dust 2. We are into another little pause. This is kind of awkward because Ruby have actually got another game after this in Thunderpick. I believe that they'll be allowed to. Yeah, they'll be given a little bit of time or whatever. But yeah, if this one does end up going the distance, we go to 3 maps or something, then yeah, that will almost definitely overrun. We have been going on for more than an hour, and we are only halfway through +2 here. So, yeah, definitely some issues ensuing. So Alio's Galil looking to lead the charge, spearhead this A-bomb site. Smoke out, gives him a little bit of room to maneuver. High flashes, face way down. The longer he goes without poking his head up, the more chance they won't suspect him. They're able to just overwhelm the mass on the shots. Oh, God. After the second, you can't be going for a third there. It all starts to rumble at the fifth of Ruby. Fortuna with a double. And it'll be Release Wild to finish things off. Rage tie things up at 7 apiece. And what a comeback this has been. They were 5-0 down. And they are now right back into this game. In the driver's seat as well, really. They should be able to take the lead. There's not going to be very much money for Ruby. Maybe they go for a little bit of a force because they got that bomb plant. But I can't imagine there'll be everything invested here. This has been brilliant. This was maybe not so brilliant, but yeah, Fortuna made up for it. Not even a whole lot more you can do if you're Ruby there. Double peeking him like that. Felt like the right answer. It didn't work out. They are going to go for a force back though. Easy scout. We're going to leave a mark. He's had a pretty slow game so far, actually. In fact, he's had a very slow game. He's down at the bottom of the scoreboard for the whole server. Not looking like his usual self. Teammates are sort of making up for it, though, so... That's an 8. Barrett 4 and 5. Oh, hang on a minute. The FAMAS doing a bit of work, and the M4 able to follow up. Actually be something here for them. Fortuna's been left himself, but yeah, I think maybe there's a chance for him to isolate that bomb. Deny that plant. Not going to happen. So Alio follows up. Ruby able to snatch the reins right back with these relentless force buys here on their T side. pistol, but it's still a force. The way Ruby is going about it feels like they're fighting against absolutely nothing but slicing through. Butters maybe a little bit hardened, but it will still only be the 3 kills. No round conversion there, which is what Rage really wanted. In the lead, Ruby. This game has definitely picked up to be closer than I was expecting it to be. But still, the outcome anticipated so far. Ruby, the ones that are ahead and the ones that are inching towards that finish line as well. This is their map pick, so maybe better things to come for Nuke. Problem is, Rage will have to give up that CT start. Could be a little bit of a problem. We'll see. As an 8. Oh, nice pick up with a Mag 10. USP will someone back the other way. It is only onto the Mag 10. So Ruby losing it. That's a bit of a blessing in disguise. They're fine with that. They brush it off. They say, yep. That's fine. The Mag 10 goes 1 for 1. Would have liked a little bit more, but it's not a weapon that they're really good. You know, if Rage play with the Mag 10 in the next round, they're almost hindering themselves. Now, it becomes a bit of a problem, though, because he's just found $600 from it and an AK-47. It's going to pick it up and have a crack by himself. It's his own cash injection, his own rifle.
Terrorists win.
Easy. Mollied off and mollied out. As an 8, at least will be able to follow up. This is a key round. This is the buy round. This is the one that Rage absolutely needs to be winning. If they don't, then the water deepens. The quicksand thickens. He's starting to work his way up. Hungry for something, Fortuna. In the meantime, we'll take out easy. Light work, looking for another flick. A little too heavy of an adjustment for him to make. And 11-7 is where this one might be destined to go. Number 18. Not looking good here for Rage. They've got both stacked up on this A site as well in a second. Fozil's going to realise he'll call for Cade to come and join him with that bomb. They haven't got a lot of time for this, actually. They're playing a very dangerous game. Got to speed this up, Cade. Oh, God. 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh, my God.
Bomb has been planted.
The fact that they could have just completely thrown the round there off of nothing more than just mistiming that a tad. He's only got to get stuck on the corner of a wall or something, and that goes wrong. Always know their timing, though. A little bit of lady luck on their side as well, perhaps. He'll even have the last laugh there. Finishing blow, lovely stuff. Okay. Another good start to the round for Ruby. That seems to be able to barrel quite nicely. Now look to do so again here. Oxygen last alive. So take him out with him as he can, but too tricky a fight, too tall a task. Ruby will now have 5 map points to close out their own pick of Dust 2. Been a good showing from them. No doubt about that. Ollie onto long. Fake just around this corner. Let's try and make something happen, but it'll just be the 1-for-1. Will it be enough? I don't know. Keep playing into this. Hazanator. Nice pick up onto Oxygen. Man advantage here for Ruby. They're just going to keep barreling it forward. C4 to go onto the site.
Bomb has been planted.
Seems like this one is done and dusted right here, surely. Easy. With another comfortable pick up and a second to go his way. A slow game from Easy. Ends it with single digits, but decent little ending for him there. He'll be somewhat happy with. Yeah, a good game out of Ruby. Definitely some little hiccups there. I don't think it's going to be one that they're like over the moon with, but yeah, overall fairly convincing scoreline. Dust 2 their pick, looking reasonably comfortable. Now, as I said before, going into map number 2 maybe won't be as simple. It is Nuke. It is a map that Ruby do still play, and it's a strong map for them as well. I actually believe that maybe the HUD was wrong. HLTV saying that Dust 2 was Rage's pick, which I think was right in the veto thing, but in the top left of the HUD, it was the other way around. So, yeah, Ruby going on to Nuke. Rage will get the pick of the sides, but yeah, we'll see how this one goes. Maybe they've still got a little bit of fight left in them. What we've seen from their Nuke so far hasn't been anything to get excited about. But join us after the break, folks. We're back in around about 10 minutes' time with the action, so make sure you're here for it. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. We are good to go with map number 2. The Ruby map pick here on Nuke and, well, Rage. I've got a lot to make up for here, I feel. Dust 2. They had little glimmers, little moments where they looked very good, but outside of that, it was a largely disappointing result. We move into the second map here. It's all a little bit brawly, a little bit scrappy to start things off, but it's Ruby that pull ahead with the man advantage on the A-bomb site. Under wraps, Hazanator with a second here. He's had a great first map as well, or at least a great start to it. It's interesting to see him kind of put his foot to the gas pedal. Get rolling here on Nuke as well. Fozil with a nice headshot finishing. Dot Ruby take the reins on the T side of Nuke, and honestly, it's that start, it's that T-sided start where you put that first round on the board. You end up riding the wave of momentum a little bit with it, and there's so many favors here, especially when it's your map pick. You sort of get 3-4 rounds early and in the wind a little bit. To play against if you Rage, a full eco hit. Just gotta like this one run its course. Be a flawless round. There you go. Fozil's actually the one to get it as well up from heaven, so that's pretty perfect. That's a little bit more money going in the bank for the Mac 10. 2-0, Ruby. I like work in that second. Warming up quite nicely here, though. Couple of Mac 10s. Maneuver their way into this round. Fortuna. Relief, wow. Inside nicely. Nades rain over. Back. Fully blind in the M4. That'll give the SMG a chance to close that gap, get up in his face. And dish out the damage. That's what you like to see. Now they've got a bit of equity in this round as well. They'll start to try and make something work. .40 seconds left though. Bomb on the back arcade, so that's not an issue, at least not yet. It could become one. That time pressure starts to mount. Seems like the B-bomb site's the destination of choice. Elijah's down there, but the other three are up on A, so good opportunity to overwhelm him here, and yeah, get onto this site without complications. The damage taken, the trade is fairly swift. It's the rotations that are key there for Rage, and well, they do get them bang on the money. That was pretty brilliant. Dealing with things nicely. Yeah, perfection on the retake. 2-1 we go. Ruby. Back in with a buy, one without the contingencies of those map jumps and whatnot, but strong investment nonetheless. Casinator. He's down to a Galil. Everybody else is doing all right. Util's lacking a little bit. At first glance, it looks really strong, but you peel back the layers, you do start to realize this isn't a perfect buy here for Ruby. Easy to get the information. Misses the shot. Lucky that Casinator is there, and as crisp as he is, even with that even with the Galil, sorry. Lost his life. Elijah is not going to expect Cade to be crossed and in that awkward little left-hand corner. The cubby, the angle won't be cleared. Make that a two-man advantage now here for Ruby. Very short-lived successes. You're on rage. It's okay. Open the door. Up into control. Michael go down. Oxygen. Oh, looking for the feet as one emerges through. It's a nice little freebie. 20 seconds left. Ruby, they actually kind of made this mistake on Duck 2 as well. Very nearly timed themselves out. This time won't be the case. But yeah, running it down and playing close to the wire is always a little bit dangerous. Okay, right here. Fire won't cause them all too many issues. It will be the last alive. No one can really hunt him. Close enough to be able to kill him in 30 seconds. Yeah, bomb will go boom. He'll hold on to that M4. There's not really any money to buy around it, so you just kind of have to go at it with what you can in the next. I like this boost. Not something you see all too often because it kind of forces you to have to invest an extra man outside, so it's not something that's too viable on a buy round. It's viable when you save an M4 and everyone else is down to pistols. You say, you know what, we can just sort of sacrifice an extra man here literally to just be a footstool and boost you up, but the boosty is largely irrelevant. That's why you don't see it on buy round, but it can be quite potent. We see it right there. Eagle down on the site. Oh, Fortuna connects another just before falling. Casinator going to wish that he pulled the trigger a split second sooner. The P250. That's unfortunate timing. Could have maybe got one more there. Very good damage, all things considered. Just falling short in that one as well. Look at this from Fortuna. Desperate to try and grab that rifle, and then it's like you sort of see him dying already. He's flopping to the side as he hits the headshot. Absolutely clinical. Again. Shots to Alio. Back the other way. Love that. We'll try and follow up here. It's Relief out with two of his own outside. Make Makes it a third, not the fourth though. Where the foot goes down and the AWP says no, so Alia keeps a lid on things as well. Actually pushes it back into a 2v2. Momentarily feels somewhat doable again. Make sure that that stays a pipe dream.
Counter-terrorists win.
Easy. Yeah. No escape in there. They just won't allow it. And a much better round out of Rage. They definitely need more here. You know, T-side of Nuke is tough, especially when it's not your map pick. So, yeah, there's no doubt about the fact that they need to take a few more rounds here on their CT side. This is great so far, but yeah, of course, there's the opportunity for it. But sooner. Smoke won't connect. It wasn't far off, but no one was facing into it. Fire at his feet, left, right, center. There. York doesn't also have a sight line, so rattling on the box and hoping for the best. Elijah up top. What to do with that MP9, but oh so capable. Delivering exactly what is needed. We've seen these MP9s be quite potent so far. At least this time to trade it back. So 4 versus 4. MP9's going to drop down the vent. 30 seconds left again. Time pressure on. And easy. He's kind of doing his thing. Position. It's fate. Lines up one. He's just going to slow things down a little bit further. That's exactly what's needed. A stopgap. Time for his teammates to rotate in, but won't be quick enough. Bomb will go down. Good trade back from the AWP, but the spacing is just perfect on that retake. There's no opportunity whatsoever for that AWP to sort of tuck away and poise itself for another fight. Ends up just being light work for the trade. And absolutely no sweat at all. On the brow for Rage. I mean, maybe a little bit. We'll go into a little pause before we go any further. Up in heaven, big shot with the Mac 10s. It doesn't work on the bomb side itself. That AWP can't drop down and be relevant anymore, especially as that molly goes up. Got to just back it off. So T4 will go down. Not a lot that can be done about it. And probably just a save here. MP9 and the AWP don't really want to touch this any further. And that is the power of identifying where your opponents play on the bomb side. Just run it down like that. MP9 will be taken out in the meantime as well, so it is just Fortuna's AWP looking to save it.
Terrorists win.
This shot, Sawario there. Follows up nicely. Pretty perfect once again. Easy pickings for Ruby as they keep picking up these T rounds, and that's kind of a bit of an issue as we go deeper into this game. You feel like they're just taking a few too many here on this T half. It can't really be afforded as an A to ease. Sawario so comfortable. And not even, not even giving any little opportunities in rounds like that for some damage or anything of the sort. Comfortability, absolutely the key here. They're already on 6. They can take something. They're going to be super happy. 8, 9 would just do the icing on top. Pressing for it right now, and they're not far off. As an ATA. I'm not sure even too ready for them all to come in like that, but doesn't matter. So Alio's there to help and follow up. So yeah, 7 down for Ruby. This is looking kind of reminiscent of what we saw on that first map, to be honest. These little moments. It's like a little mini comeback from Rage. They put 3 rounds on the board, especially in MR12, but it's enough to kind of entertain the idea of them bringing this back and giving us a competitive first half or even a competitive map. Doesn't end up being the case at all. Nothing materializes. Decent stuff. Foes here with a nice hit, but Rage that somewhat of a hold here on their CT side. Hazanator has to go back to doing his thing. It's absolutely farming. It's bizarre because, Easy hasn't been amazing since joining this team, but you can kind of put it down to teething issues a little bit. Cade has been the absolute superstar. He's been rocking like a 1.2 rating. I said yesterday against Monty, he was unbelievable. If there's anyone to be putting up numbers, or at least anyone that I'd expect to be putting up numbers, it'd be Cade here, but hasn't really been the case. He had a, middle of the road, even somewhat slow map there on Dust 2. He's having a very slow map here on Nuke. Then Hazanator that's been doing all the heavy lifting. He's got Fozil and Sualio right behind him as well. He'll come and join that AWP on Easy, down secret. To try and crack something open here. Relief, wow. Down below. The bench holding. Missed shot. Cade will follow up. The man advantage will now go Ruby's way after a 2-player deficit at the start of this round. Hazanator ends up dropping though. And now it's 50 points of health between the 2 remaining players. But Easy's got an AWP, so that low HP somewhat negated by the fact that he's got to be quicker to the trigger anyway. In the 2v2, surely Rage aren't pulling the plug on this. I think Elijah's just... Oh my god, I thought Elijah was waiting for Fate to get into position. That's just not the case. I don't know if they don't have the info that the final 2 are low, or they just don't want to play for it without the kits. They've taken a little too long to get in position in the first place, and that is it. They'll pull the plug. Ruby onto 8. Oh my... Such a poor read, to be honest, from Rage. Not rotate someone down a little bit sooner, just as that insurance policy, just in case. Absolute disaster. nearly down then. Oxygen. On top, arm spotted on the little jiggle. Will actually fall first, but Hasanata's there. For the refrag right back, Elijah getting a little too aggressive, a little too exploratory there. Trying to innovate, trying to initiate a fight. But with the man advantage, it felt somewhat unnecessary. Easy, not expecting to fall up. Surprise, that goes completely over. It's Hasanata again on the straight. It's a force of nature. No one seems to have the answer for. Sooner in the meantime. One man remaining with a rifle. He's got oxygen to support him, but only an MP9 in his hands. This is tough. This is rough. Doesn't seem like they have the solution. Fozil just about missed the timing on Fortuna getting down vent, but to be honest, he's cool with that. He's in free reign. Sight sees the barrel poking around the edge as he creeps back up the ladder. Wipes out the vent player without problems. So
Bomb has been planted.
yeah, it looks like it's going to be 9 here. MP9 has a go at it and a decent attempt, to be fair to him, but and no cigar there. The Ruby running away with things. Looking very, very good. T-side a nuke. 9-3. You can't help but feel that those 9 rounds are surely enough. I'll be looking to just close this out 2-0. Have a nice little break before their Thunderpick game. That's against Betboom. That's going to be a really hard one. A side that have proven that they are incredibly formidable. Interesting to know whether or not they'll be watching this match or whether or not they'll be using this as an opportunity just to sort of warm up and whatnot, you know. Try to understand a little bit how Ruby play their nuke, though. Not quite apples to oranges. Rage are a side that, yeah, you don't put on the same level as Ruby. You certainly don't put on the same level as Betboom. Flicking away. He switches between burst fire, but won't use the bursty variant. Instead, gets a bullet to the head from the USP. It's a decent trade back from Fortuna with his P250. A little bit of extra range goes a long way, especially on a map like Nuke, but yeah, bad timing. Bad timing for Fate. Cade will pick up another. He'll be happy to at least break even here. In fact, he'll go one further. He's going to find a 3rd kill, so now positive after such a slow start. Easy's 5-5, which is just crazy, you know, after being now 10-3 up. Only 4 rounds prior to dying there in the pistol, though, just showing how many times you sort of had that or didn't really do a whole lot with it. Ended up just staying alive or saving his teammates for doing all the heavy lifting there in the first half on that T side. squeaky. Elijah drops. Cade. Oh, doing it all here. He's only against pistols, but yeah, using this as a little opportunity to stat pad. No, but he has not hit his average. Wants to get there. Oxygen's done very well to somehow cover path to the B site and get that bomb down. And then a full eco round like that. Get a little bit of money. In fact, you know, valuable money. It's an extra $600 for everybody. Look at Fortuna, who's on 1650 after a little investment there. That's going to help him out big time. Difference between having no util and yeah, a decent chunk of it to work with now. This is just definitely done. Rage just don't really have the answers. He's going to keep running and gunning them down. They're at a point where they're just saying, let's just get this over with. No respect. Full W, crunch into lobby. Light work for the CIS squad. Kazakh's just not up to par today, but they knew this was going to be a difficult matchup. Really good experience for them. Able to play into the play-ins, but yeah, should feel much more than just valuable demos for them, to be honest. They got smoked like that. It looks like we'll see much of the same here against Ruby. Team that with that success, that Cinderella run in ESEA Advanced, and good regional results, found themselves a little higher up on the VRS chart, the leaderboard. We're getting some invites. Various tournaments, not just here in CCT, but that's a chance to prolong things here, at least on Nuke. Fourth round maybe to come, as the bomb will be planted. Fozil and Cade have both got kits. They've got a smoke, they've got a flash. More importantly, they've got full HP. For Rage, there was a scout. That's now just gone. They are on the rifles. Elijah, somewhat low on health, and Ruby need to work out how they're going to go about this. They've got enough money, they'll give it a go. There's no way to save, but oh god, a bad whiff from Fate. Okay, he's now going to save the Fozil. Come through hard. Let's just gun him down, and well, that is certainly one way to close it, and I think, to be honest, quite poetic, quite telling of how that match. But ultimately, the series went. I think we saw one sort of stint from Rage there on Dust 2, where they did genuinely look like the better team, but ultimately, as I say, just not up to standard there. Ruby above and beyond, much better. It's going to be a really, really good opportunity for them as well, knowing that they've got this game against Bet Boom in an hour to go into that game hot and say, yeah, we're warmed up. We've been able to effectively play a scrim against a team that are a high-level team for sure, but, you know, weren't all too tested. And I think that's really the key thing. You know, if you go into a series like that, it goes to 4-3 maps, you're really sort of forced to focus, and you start beating down a little bit, especially if you end up losing it. You then come into that second series of the day, and yeah, you may be a little bit mentally defeated. You're already in your own head. But yeah, good little sort of feel-good game, a confidence booster for them, should help them out big time. That's going to wrap things up for our first series, though. We do have Alliance versus Sangal up next. That's going to be a really, really good game. But we have got a bit of an extended break before we get there. Around about 1 p.m, I think that one's kicking off. So go, well, grab yourself some lunch or something. You've got a bit of time to kill. But join us back here in an hour's time for that second best of 3 of the day. It's going to be a banger. You definitely don't want to miss it. I'll see you all soon. Welcome back, everybody. We saw a little bit of a stomp in that first game. Ruby just making light work of the boys on Rage. I expect this one to be a whole lot closer. It's Sangal against Alliance. Two teams that, to be honest, haven't been on the best of form over these past couple of weeks, but two formidable sides, two sides that have faced up against each other a couple of times in the past as well. Towards the tail end of last year, but two teams with a fair bit of tenure, at least the cause of them. And yeah, I'm excited to see which way this goes. Veto is going to be an important thing. Actually, bizarrely, these two teams, because of their poor results recently and their lack of reps, to be honest, just coming down to the current sort of VRS ranking and things like that, they're actually both wildly off of where they should be in terms of those world rankings. We got number 141 versus 142. Always interesting when that sort of works out to be the case. Veto ahead of you, though. Train, Dust 2, and Nuke. Alliance picking into Train. It's one of their stronger maps, that's for sure. As soon as the Inferno got banned out, they kind of denied their bread and butter, their favorite map. So, yeah, it does get a little bit tricky there, not being able to play that one, but that's okay. Sangal aren't very good on Train. They've had a really rough time on it recently. They won once against Leo towards the tail end of March. They've played it 4 times since then, and the only consistency that there's really been is they've been terrible on it. 3 13-7 losses and a 13-4 against Monsi. So really not liking Train very much at the moment. But they counter that with a Dust 2 pick. It's one that they've had some real success on recently against some pretty good teams as well. And for Alliance, it's been a little bit of a flop. They've found a couple of decent wins. Actually, against some good teams as well. Static and Monty, they were able to beat. But every other time they've played it, they've really struggled and losing pretty badly. To a couple of sides as well. 13-1 against Rollercoaster, 13-2 against Paravision. Seem to 13. In fact, every single time they've played against a Russian team, they've been absolutely smoked. Every other game has been close, but 13-3 against Gun5, 13-1 Rollercoaster, 13-2 Paravision, 13-4 Spirit Academy, 13-3 Cybershock. So every single time they play against a Russian team, they get destroyed on Dust 2, which I think is a testament to where these CIS teams really do thrive. But Sangal, there's your roster in front of you. Of course, the core of that OG permitter lineup: Beanox, Mast, and Mary. In with a little bit of spice. You got Blitz and you got Danis, who is a real force to be reckoned with. I'm excited to see him on the server. He's definitely powerful with that AWP. But I think sort of bringing in a primary AWPer on this team is quite important. It's something that Masked in the past has just picked up, being a very formidable sniper himself, but being able to focus on calling, not having that responsibility of playing with that AWP is, I think, a little bit of a luxury. And having someone like Danis on it is absolutely something that sort of works in their favor. So over on the other side of things, of course, we do have that Alliance side, the Swedish boys. It's Twist, Pleasant, Avid, Upi, and Era. Era, that man on the AWP, he'll be trying to contest with Danis today. It's not going to be an easy fight, but he has been the consistent factor recently. Actually, Era, the only player that's putting up decent numbers. Everybody else on this roster has had a really hard time recently. Upi's been playing pretty terribly. Avid's been okay, but generally speaking, it's been Era that's been putting up the numbers. So having the luxury of a veto like we saw with Train, Dust 2, and Nuke. Like, Orpa's playgrounds, you've not got an Inferno in there or anything that's, a little bit difficult to get that AWP activated. Anubis sometimes can be a little bit tricky, T-side AWP as well. No, you got 3 maps where, it does feel very relevant, and hopefully be able to do some decent lifting there. Nice head-to-head, Beanox versus Twist. Beanox beating him in pretty much every department, other than the fact that Alliance have been playing more CS, and therefore, more kills, more deaths. But a negative KD for Twist, a positive one for Beanox, higher ADR, higher rating, and just about everything in Beanox's favor there. So it'll be interesting to see that head-to-head actually in the server taking place. Look at Twist, though. He means business. Look at that jawline. Never seen anything like it. Maybe that will get him going in for today. But yeah, Nuka's that decider. I didn't really talk about it before. It's a map that neither team have had great history on, but a bit of a break-even point. We'll see how that one goes. We're ready to get underway here with Train, though, as we kick things off in our best of three. Sangalt starting off on their CT side, Alliance on the attack, and, well, the Glocks are out. Era's been dropped to P250 as Twist has got a little bit of use to it. He's gone for a smoke and a flash. And into round number one we go. As I say, Sangal have had a really rough time on Train recently, but one saving grace for them is they do have a much better CT side. Perhaps they've been doing a little bit of practice on it. It's been nearly 2 weeks since they last played it, so yeah, I don't know. I'm picking at straws, but maybe, just maybe. There's a world where they can make something work here. Blocks running down though, stealing the show. My God, they are not taking any prisoners. Just 4W. All the fights going their way. No trouble at all. No resistance from the CT. Zero will finish off the job. And it's the one casualty. And that's onto Twist, the player that didn't have any Kevlar. So you sort of shrug that one off and go, yeah, well, we were expecting him to die. He didn't really have any reason to survive. They'll carry across their Kevlar, though, and their heads held high, making the right decision, I think, to go into this nuke pick. We will trot. Decent pickup masked there for the instant trade. Behind this, a little bit of aggression on B, gone a long way. Missed Molly, does a fair bit of damage onto Era. Not quite self-inflicted, but dealt by his teammate. A little bit awkward. And big pickup has been knocked down. Any chance at really pulling this one off? Somewhat goes in the bin. Hang on a minute, Dennis. Catching one on the cross, that's a bomb drop, but yeah, doesn't look like we'll see anything more out of that. What? Hold the phone. Danis might just be able to pull off an absolutely disgusting 1v3. Danis, what is that? I don't know how they feed it to him, but the no-scope through the smoke is absolutely criminal. And this is what I was talking about in the pre-game. This guy's unbelievable. And you've got to watch out for him, or he will do exactly that. Alliance, how do they lose that round? It's decent work from the MP9s at the start, but more importantly, it's this 1v3 at the end from Danis. It's a really nice shot on the cross, but fairly routine for the scout. It's this. Bang. No scope headshot as he pokes out of that smoke. A round that I chalked up to just be finished. Going. Sat back, relaxing, ready for the next. Waiting for their buy to be the place that they put their foot down. Not the way the cookie will crumble. Instead, we really are in business here. from Mary. Ready for something. It will just be the pistols on the other side. Ooh. Beautiful shot from Upi. Lions looking to try and give Sangal a taste of their own medicine. They're not having too much more to say here as they shout on the big side, but a couple of Deagle headshots to differ. Avid put out of his misery, as is Era. I think this is where the line is drawn in the sand. Upi still fighting. That's his second of the round, and the spot gets capped. He has to swing out. One close, one afar, and the jumping MP9 will finish off the job. A second on the board for Sangal. A little bit of an expensive one. They take 3 casualties. That bomb will go down as well.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Just seeing that 1v3 unfold again back on stream. It's completely nuts. I mean, it's so weird, right? Because Twist goes through the smoke in con. Now, I don't disagree with that play. I think that that's, you know, he's kind of cooking there with that. Walking through the smoke. Not necessarily going to be expected by Dennis. But it's the fact that he makes really noise when he does it. He actually jumps going through the smoke. That's what just doesn't make any sense to me. It really, yeah, loses them that round. In the 1 versus 1. Absolutely right. Good question in chat. That was a bizarre one. There's pistols here then for Alliance. Already, Avid. To do all the damage here. Hit a couple of decent shots in that last round. We're going to try and follow up. Twist instead. B250 will bring the bad news. They will be able to get another plant here at the very least on the big side. They've really cracked the code, which is, yeah, one and done here on to B. A couple of kills in the process. It's not going to merit around because it's the saver Phoenix on the flank. But yeah, it's a decent poke at it. And for Alliance in a round that, you know, they have no business in really doing all too much at all. 2 kills on a plant isn't too shabby. I'll take it with open arms. Look at this, the transfer from the MP9. Beanox, maybe a little bit of luck on his side there with that one, but call it skill. Because it was. It was. 90% skill, 10% luck. That's what I'd say. Okay, Dennis. Under fire here. He's finally got that AWP out. Won't have anybody to play with just yet. Over on the other side, it's just going to be an AK for Era. Sounds right through. Mary in the meme. meantime. M4 in hand. Danis finally draws first blood. That's the AWP. Over on the A side. Coming up top. But it does take the contact. Does a fair bit of damage, but it's actually a huge whiff. Doesn't help them at all.
Bomb has been planted.
Again, they've worked it out. They've worked out how to make this B site convert, but these retakes time again that are causing them the problems. And Era, of course, at the disadvantage in that fight. Not a lot he can do as he works his way down those stairs. Knows that his feet will be exposed.
Counter-terrorists win.
Just a really awkward gunfight, a really awkward duel. One that he just has to let go the other way. Smoke this time. Rinse and repeat this time. Plesson puts a bullet in his teammate's back, so it would have been the man advantage. Does not end up being the case. Twist. At least to be able to follow up with his Tech 9, so not all hope is lost just yet. Still a lot to be done here. Retakes have been on point for San Gallimor's Alliance have just rinsed and repeated here on B. This again will go the same way. It's completely ridiculous, relentless from Sangal. I'm really not sure what else you're supposed to do here. If you're Alliance, you're saying, look, we're actually making it work really well towards B. We're doing a really good job at getting this bomb plant. At finding trees, it's the post plant that we're just massively struggling with. I don't know how you sort of go about that, to be honest. But at some point, you need to realise that you're throwing yourself into the same blender over and over again. It's going to get boring, and it's going to lose you too many rounds. And then it'll be much, much harder to recover. V3 again. Every round so far. Sort of trade 2 for 2, and it boils down to something like this. Really tricky.
Bomb has been planted.
As Digital be tapped in, Mary with an important kill onto Era at least. Something to get them going. This retake again. They've spotted the last one. We'll watch him out right into Beanox. Is waiting on arms. Mary's there to help him out with the fight. And very, very comfortable again.
Bomb has been used. Counter
For the boys on Sangal. The loot madness. Bit of a tactical pause before we go any further into this, because the Lions are being smoked on their own map pick, and this is just not going the way that it's supposed to. Frankly, this is really supposed to be a closer affair, a better map for Alliance. It's not even come close to that. And it's really weird, it's really interesting actually, that this is a map that they've been playing like semi-frequently recently and had some reasonable results on as well. And it just feels like their play looks so shallow, right? It feels like they don't actually have any answers for anything that Sangal are doing in these post plants. And round after round, it's, you know, hit hard and fast at the start, trade 2 for 2, and then got the space, they don't seem to know what to do with it. This time, no trades, it's just the double entry. This has to be the round that they convert. They've called for the pause, they've done what's needed at the start. I think, yeah, for Sangal, a lot of these rounds have been really expensive, so even though they're 6-1 up, the money's actually not great. It makes a lot of sense to just back this up. If there's weapons for the next, that's what we'll see here, so... to say for Alliance, it's the right call to not go hunting there. Not going to press that too hard. Doesn't make a lot of sense to do so. We'll see this one. Yeah, go 6-2. Back in play. Down, stop the push from Mary, but still going to be a hard press hit towards the B. Slow on the angle. 1-for-1, not too bad. Early warning call as well. They can start to rotate a second man onto B if they want to. Instead, it's actually going to be this double push from Long Dog. Blitz and Beanox. And I like this because, yeah, they'll go for a little jiggle. They'll confirm that no one's there in the brown halls anymore. Go for the boost up. Love that. Now they'll just back it up. Say, right, well, there's no one else here. They were backing away. Oh, it's so sick. It is actually more than likely going to deliver a 7th round here for Sangel in round number 9. Twist. Forward, Upi has actually found himself in connector. Knows that Blitz is on the site, but prioritizing, getting some kind of fight going on A. Dennis won't know what's hitting. Blitz is now worried. Avid will use that as an opportunity to slip there. So Alliance being very sneaky here. They've found the room. They're just not winning the fights. With 10 seconds left, just go for the plant. The timing is impeccable. And wow, okay. Tank can't make it another. This has been very commanding so far. Round CT side's already pretty good. Very good chance. A prime opportunity to extend that further as well, maybe. It's an 8, 9, even 10 round half. We'll see. Still a lot to be done if they want to get there. Not converted. We're just posted up on the angle. No one wants to fight him. Just on the other side. I'll still somehow end up finding himself one before the instant trade comes through. The numbers just keep going against them, even through the smoke. Barry stands bang on the money. And it just doesn't feel like there are any answers here. There's no breathing room for Alliance. It's going to be 8 rounds for Sangel. It's going to be another round with no bomb plant here for Alliance, so very little to go their way in terms of money. It'll be the max loss bonus, of course, but at what point do you stop accepting that and realize that the round wins, of course, are not just important, but really an absolute must.
Counter-terrorists win.
Short of the mark now. Lane's over. Twist. A little bit of pressure here. Zero will start to work his way up. AWP desperate for something now. Been cruel how many times he's been denied at the door, Mary. Great frag onto Pleasant. Upi returning the favour. And Upi, who I actually said at the start of this game, has been the weakest link recently. There's no doubt about that. He has really struggled in their recent matches. Steps up and pops off.
Bomb has been planted.
It's at 11 and 8 right now, despite the fact that Alliance are trailing by miles.
Terrorists win.
So a third for Alliance. Important pickup, that's for sure. You need to do something with it. Now it's over the top. Phoenix. Decent chunk of damage from it. That's a favour onto Avid. One of its own, little jiggle, damage taken. That's okay. A nice opportunity to just drop that smoke. Get on out of there. Nice, does end up with one more. Mary following it up. Looking for 9 rounds here at the halfway point. Just bouncing on the ladder. Buying a bit of time and space. Flashbang in. Here's that C4 going down. Wants to try and play it for it. Blinded. Waits for his screen to not be wide anymore. Then presses up. Pile on the pressure. Across. Upi will pick up Beanox. 42. Split, but oh, bad timing for Pleasant to just move his crosshair a little further to the right. The sight line. Upi's been spotted. And there is just nothing he can do there about that one. Blitz will finish off the job with this defuse. And Sangal, it is going to be a 9-round half. It is going to be a monstrous start to the series. As I said before, one in which they have that deficit in. All right, pistol round. A must here for Alliance, really. Fly out here. Tapping away, he wants to burn it Zupi instead with the opening era. Eventually, though, puts his foot down and sang out. Although they kind of give Alliance a taste of their own medicine with the B pop or the bomb plant, but it seems like it'll be the same result as we saw throughout almost the whole of the first half. It's just too hot to handle, too heavy for Danis' shoulders. And a fourth on the board for Alliance. Oh, wow. What? The spams, it's built. It's only against the eco. So disgusting from here, knowing that they're just going to be stacked up there in the B halls. Absolutely criminal. Around that they're expecting to keep super clean anyway, but finding those frags without even having to look at them is something else. Era. Aggressive. Up Heather. Avid. Presses with his MP9. Finds the opening kill and has a chance to then upgrade off of this SMG. Not around at Sangol can necessarily afford to lose. I mean, technically they can, but looking at this sort of bigger picture, knowing that CT side of train is statistically easier, and the Lions will be fancying their chances at a comeback if they want to get first buy round. There we go. Flashbang in. Master Mary with the entries, but it's Era, Avid, and Pleasant in unison to find 3 kills across the map. And Danis is left by himself. AWP in hand, 3 to find. Comes out to the rifle. Wants that versatility of the AK-47, and he will have it right here, but with 16 seconds left. Realizes, yeah, don't get the AWP. Grab it, fall away. Whether or not he'll even be allowed to save is another question. Instead of backing off to the T-spawn, he's actually Stick around, old bomb. He hears them stomping around. It's a little bit worrying, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to press all too hard. Okay, if he does. Looking the wrong way. Ends up being taken out. Sangal make it 9. Sorry, Alliance make it 6. Sangal don't make it 9 just because he hits the shot. I'm a little bit asleep at the wheel today, guys. I'm sorry. Number 16. Sangal is still stuck on 9. Under a 9.3 down to, yeah, just missed around that same AWP in this one, so cause for concern ahead, perhaps. Masked. Crunch him. Blesson does exactly that. Poopy's there to catch out Danis, who's looking to trade. That's the AWP gone now as well, out of commission. Phoenix might be able to sneak in and snatch it. There we go. Nice and easy. I think part of the purpose of that nade was try and hope that they could blow that up their way. Not that they necessarily want it, they just don't want it in enemy. Phoenix though, poking his head over. Thought he'd be next on the chopping block. Instead, dishes out the goods himself. Another one though. Oh. Not expecting Blesson to be jumping out in the open like that. Misses the shot. Bait and switch works nicely. A little bit of an unintentional bait and switch, but one that still goes their way. Murray then left with a 1v4. Play ahead of it. Charging down with that deagle. Won't connect. No chance to save that off either. Alliance. Little by little, continue to claw this back. They will be against another buy now, but the scoreline has closed up monumentally in this CT side of train. Shaping up to just be so much easier. That difference maker here in this series, seemingly. Number 17 then. Rifles out here from Sangal, but no warp on damage. That's the round that he saved it. It's not the round that lasts as long as before that. Didn't get any money, so a little strapped for cash here. Down to that Galil instead. Great nade stack onto Mary as well. Down to 20 HP, but Phoenix in the corner. Orc trying to get a sight line over the top. Phoenix won't give him the opportunity, especially not that smoking plate. Finds himself a little crack to just slither through and get away. The extra drop blitz is there as well. Woken up and arriving at the party fashionably late, but they're still here. Out, guns out for Beanox on the entries. Beautiful work being done. And it's just saving Masked as well with that connect to kill. Dropped down from heaven. Does him a lot of favours as well. Era does manage to find one. They've got enough money that he's kind of having like a little prod at this for extra damage, but doesn't want to commit to the round, of course. There really isn't time for this. Yeah, and a flash. He can get straight on that one, it'll be fine, but kill 2 first makes that a whole lot harder. So Sangal do finally hit double digits. They stop Alliance in their tracks before this comeback becomes a little too dangerous. Phoenix. Wait for the bullets to stop coming. Pounce on them while they reload. Vulnerable. Alliance will drop. HE should be a slam dunk onto Blitz. It will be. And in tandem, we see a peek from Twist that merits one more. It's Dennis in a clutch again. He's got the bomb this time. And they think that maybe he's gone to B. He will have a little bit of room to maneuver, but he thinks that maybe one's still home, so he's going to waste valuable time clearing out these angles before going for this plant alliance. Oh, they will just be in such sick positions here. They've played all the way through B. They've confirmed that this is going to be an A hit. They'll both come in through that long dog position. In the meantime, Dan is still clearing out angles. Might actually be caught with his pants down here. Realizing no one's home, he's actually read this. He's now going to wrap around the back, hit towards B. He might end up with a bit of space. No. Pulls it back. How long are Alliance going to take before they start moving? I think they'll just stay right here. That'll allow Dennis a bomb plant. They're still just guessing, questioning. Where the hell are they? Tap down the bomb. He'll start to anticipate maybe coming in from Con, but no. Out of the door is Twist with a headshot, catching him just as he crosses there into Old Bomb. And going to be an 8th on the board for Alliance. Really good work, especially out of Twist getting a 3K. That HE as well, crucial from UP. Buy again then for Sangal. Enough money to invest into the next, so don't worry too much just yet, but this does mean more than likely this is going to go 10-9 unless Mary's AK can really pull off some heroics. Love that he goes to pre-fire, this tiny little pixel gap that's held by the Ivy player. When they take contact, they drop that smoke. Just to, jiggle and pre-fire, hope that you can kind of thread the needle. Going through that gap. End up working this time. Particular damage taken from the Molly. Blitz, the victim of it. Some of the slither of HP missing as well. Quite aggressive here. Careful that he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. That one is quite potent. Dennis does take one with the Deagle. Mary's there. Refrag back onto Twist, but bless him, will finish off the job. Alliance, yeah, real tidy there. They do take 2 casualties. That's okay. It was still a reasonable investment out of Sangal, actually. And this map that was firmly theirs when they were on their CT side all starts to go wrong. It's a tough shot there from Era as well. We get to see that on the replay. Bless them. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Starts to walk up Mast in this smoke. Sneaky gets Phoenix in the meantime. Wiped up by Era. Master Blitz just barreling forward, finding that little opportunity, the gap to play through the smoke. Avid returns the favour, but a little bit of a whip onto the second Mast. Given a lifeline, Mary's there to help him out and save his life. Mast with one on the entry on the site, despite being low, it's all down to Twist. Was a 1v3, now boils down to 2. HG, one player, that's good damage, but it won't finish Mast. With that snake in the grass to creep in from below. Make things happen here for Sangal. 11th on the board. A fair bit to do. Look at that transfer from Mars. And then as he's going, yeah, it takes so much damage, but Avid's just a little too wide there. Gets punished. Harry to be the saviour of his captain, his in-game leader. Still alive to call the shots. Has to do it from inside the server. Importantly, inside the round. So 11-9. Rattles off the shot. Not tons to work with here though for Alliance. All of this hard work to bring this back, but a lot of the rounds have come close. They've been expensive. And you lose one more in the fashion like they did, where, you know, they had a couple of expensive rounds and then losing one, winning one, losing one again. Yeah, hurts the money big time, even when you are winning and converting. Maybe not winning the game, but they've been winning this half for sure. 9-3 down at the halfway point, now 2 down the way from closing this gap. That little bit closer in the last, they were able to do it. Harder for themselves. Twist. The big eagle shot. The pressure is on. Preston will go 1 for 1. Avid will keep that trend going. As Beanox trays, Danis is low. That's going to be negated by the fact that he's on the orb. Era in the same boat here. There's not a lot of time and there's a lot to do. Somehow they make the right call in such a high pressure situation. You stay cool, calm, collected, composed as they head over towards B. They'll get that bomb down without any problems. A really filthy angle from Beanox here. How do you clear this if you're the AWPer? Shot elsewhere, to be fair, he rejects it. He's just not quick enough. Sangal. Find another. Push themselves onto 12. Map point here. You can't help but feel that if Alliance had a few more rounds to play with, this could absolutely be theirs. But a 9-3 half just doesn't cut it. Heavy ball and chain around their ankles. Really, from the get-go here in this series, it's their own match as well, which makes matters so much worse. Things are not going to get any easier as we move on to Dust 2 next. Sangal desperate to close this out. Aggression onto B, merits the first, but they overstay their welcome. They press it a little too hard with a boost. Thinking it might catch out. Beanox in the brown halls doesn't end up being the case. Mars will fall at the hands of the scout, and it's on to Mary in the 1v3. Recovers that bomb, pulls it down to 2. Feels very winnable, but certainly not probable here. $45 seconds left to tick. Mary just has no idea. He's got no info. He's got to commit to something soon. He has made pretty much the only call here that would almost guarantee a bomb plant. As long as the plant's safe. That'll do, maybe. Oh, just about. As they come in, puts himself down, and angle. Just gives Zubi. After the one tap on a silver platter. The defuse will come in. It'll be 10 for Alliance. They hold on, they prolong here on train.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Honestly, it's Era Scout that wins them that round. I like the setup at the end there as well in the 2 versus 1. I think they play that well, but it's Era Scout that keeps them relevant at all. Early and mid-round there. The track facing this smoke, going to be Mary with first blood. What is that on the second? A kill that I'm not even sure he intended to find. But a lightning fast pick. Era in the corner. Fire doesn't space his feet. I'm not sure they're being him. All they do, they know exactly where he is. They hone in on his location like a missile. It's Oopie left in the 2v1. Blitz on half health. Mast, not much more. Not far from it. As he gets on the angle, Uski doesn't check it, and Sangal will be able to close things out here on train. It's the Alliance pick in the series. 2 teams so evenly matched, but I said before, the vetoes would maybe have the biggest bearing, be the most punishing thing here in this best of 3. It doesn't end up being the case. Despite Sangal's poor results here on train in the past, they get it done. And Alliance, they fall flat. Their T side just is not good enough. And as I said before, if they had anything more than a 9-3 there, I think they'd have a very good chance of winning that game. But they lost too many at the start, and they weren't able to recover it. That's going to wrap things up for map 1 then. As I say, the best of 3 still has a whole lot more to offer. We've got Dust 2 up next. It's the Sangal pick. It's Alliance's probably worst map, to be honest, outside of Mirage, which is their permaban. So, yeah, maybe some worrying things to come. We'll have to wait and see. We're going to a 10-minute break, folks. When we return, we'll be back with that second map of the series. So don't go anywhere. You certainly don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. Map number 2 underway. It's the Sangal pick, and they will start on the T side of Dust 2. It's scary stuff, to be honest, if you're on Alliance right now, to go for the bold choice of Train, thinking, yeah, we've got this locked and loaded, and it just to fall so flat, just go miserably, horribly wrong. Now they've got to try and make something work here on Dust 2. Klaxon pushing his way up. Oh, no. Oh. They're surely not going to expect another 2 here on the B side. Yeah, that's a nasty surprise. But, oh, thought they'd deal with it. Actually, some struggle. Phoenix goes down. And what is this setup from Alliance? It's some kind of weird hard counter strat. What? They play 4 on the B side. They get aggressive into tunnels. Now, the problem is with it, right, is you're almost relying on the tunnels players to whiff. Because if the tunnels players hit their shots, then Sangal will go, oh, they've pushed tunnels, let's run up short. And then you just have a free A side. So you're actually kind of reliant on, yeah, the aggressors to lose their fights. Then Sangal will kind of knife out, say, oh, yeah, well, we've just killed the 2 B aggressors who've got a free site, and not expect there to be 2 more there. It's just absolutely nuts. But amazing work from UP. He's found himself another 3-piece. We saw, yeah, a lot of multi-kills out of him on Train. A bizarre state of affairs. Here to kick things off on Dust 2. Thought that was going to be pretty locked and loaded as a Sangal pistol round. But maybe a chance for them to convert here. It's an eco with only a hero scout on Mast. I criticised this out of somebody the other day. I don't think it was Mast that bought it. It was someone else. But you know, I criticised it. And then they went crazy with it and ended up winning the round. So I'll follow my pride with my word for now. Will get overwhelmed. He's done well to find 1 there. And honestly, I can't believe they've been given the bomb plant as well. It's a very strange start from Alliance. I mean, they win both the rounds. They're going to be happy with the outcome. But, yeah, just very strange in terms of how they've gone about these first couple of rounds, you know. They're set up. So they played 4B on the pistol round. They then... And it was 4B1 long as well, just watching it back. So... yeah, there was just like this world of opportunity for Sangal to just run up short, especially, as I say, if they lost those aggressive tunnel fights. It's exactly what they'd do, surely. I guess the idea behind it is you can be pretty confident on your A retakes, especially with the USPs, but B retakes are horrible with them. So sort of saying, yeah, we're happy to give up A, but we're not happy to give up B, I suppose. Kind of rationalize it a little bit. Either way, I can't criticize too much. It worked. And then, yeah, round 2, just giving up all the space on short, allowing the bomb plant for Sangal, which felt a little unnecessary, but it'll give them extra cash to work with as they go into their first proper buy round. Tough to call it a proper buy round because Mast had the scout in the last, so he is just down to Galil here. Seems like it should still materialize. Entries are there. Avid from the flank, though. Ends up with 3. Danis will pounce on him. He's actually just tucked. Again, we see the same setup. I didn't even realize it. I wasn't looking at the minimap. I think the observer missed it as well, but it's the same setup. You go sort of double aggressive there and get caught out, and then you just don't expect to turn. Elephant but so well hidden. This time the round won't convert. It's Blitz to clutch it up for the 1v1, but jeez, again, I mean, I'd love to see that Avid replay. I don't think we'll get it. I think he was just head down, tucked, thinking, yeah, well, they'll find the double entry on B, especially on a buy round. There's not a chance I'll expect a third. MP9's are kind of quite scary, quite dangerous weapon to do it with, because you're not outputting that same kind of instant damage. So there will be that worry, of course, that yeah, you know, you land a dink and then just get turned on, or you go 1 for 1, get a kill, you just get instantly traded. I don't know, but either way, it won't be a third to convert for Alliance at the very least. So Sangal, sigh of relief. Era. Big shot. Alliance have definitely got some fight in them still. This feels very much like, you know, whatever was said in that break is going a long way. This is an elimination game, remember. They're both 1-1. We saw Sangal lose in the group stage to Rush B. Alliance actually got a 3B win against Portuguese Family. I think that was during those power outages. That was on the 30th of April. So, yeah, there was that forfeit there. Sangal also got a forfeit win against Portuguese Family. So, they're both kind of here when they maybe shouldn't be. I don't know. We want to Rush B. Feeling any imposter syndrome here, I think. You know, that may have been the way the bracket would have gone anyway, but especially with Portuguese Family on the form that they've been on recently, it's been poor, but yeah, 3-1, Alliance keep them coming. As I say, elimination game, it is all to play for here. You do want to at least keep things competitive, maybe go to a third map. I mean, realistically, you just want to win it, but easier said than done, that is. They have had one of the harder groups as well, actually. I think there's a couple of like really cruel groups in this qualifier. You look at this group, you got Rush B, Alliance, Sangal, and Portuguese Family. And then also Group C is really hard, like Amcal, Unity, and Zero Tenacity. So Yano, it doesn't surprise me they just kind of got smoked there. Versus Group D, that's Bad Bets, I mean, I'm expecting that to be TNL and Favbet to get through, but yeah, you have got a couple of sort of weaker teams lower in the rankings there. Group B felt somewhat the same. 3B for both teams that had to face them.
Counter-terrorists win.
Tidy stuff again, though, out of Alliance. Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves weren't able to get out of that Group B either, but another team that haven't found the best of form recently. All right, well, with the shots rattling off. Not connecting for now. 1 for 1 in top mid. Danis has actually followed up from that as well. The trade is there, but we're going down to a 3v3. Bless him. Quicker than Blitz. That was an important one. Not to let him spiral out of control. If he loses that fight, then he gives up a rifle. But Upi and Twist, they won't give up the rifles, but they'll give up the kills. Mary's found 3 in this round. He's pretty much doing it all. And they will have a free route onto this A site to get the plant down at the very least.
Bomb has been planted.
Where the hell do you go from here? down. Pleasant does manage to find one, but oh, he seems to know that Mary's on the corner as well. Mary's super low. He's been absolutely illegal, but needs to take the fight. Oh, Pleasant, why? Why does he play it like that? I mean, it's beautiful from Mary. But Pleasant jumping. It's the one way he loses that fight. It's the one way he loses that fight. He's trying to make it tricky for the Deagle, but he inherently makes it harder for himself. He needed one bullet to connect there. And he throws his aim off tilter. It was all over the place. By himself on B. This time, there is no sneaky man in the car. Interested to see if they check it. No one actually does, but okay, it won't be punished this time. Wow. All right. Well, not bad.
Bomb has been planted.
So, a third on the board for Sangal.
Terrorists win.
It's not been super convincing, but they are sort of just about getting by. They're doing just about what's needed. Boost over. Weston is on the other side of this. Oh my god, what a shot. Yeah. I was thinking he was posted on it. We were looking at it from Mask's POV. That short king that just couldn't see over the box, but Dennis actually wasn't placing, sort of waiting a little bit, then peeking out. You've got to give that CT Orper a little bit of time to bounce between the angles, hope you can catch the timing. He does exactly that. Lovely stuff. Start to worry. He's going to peek to the left. He's going to peek above. Asked. AK in hand. Nice headshot, but might be all we see, to be honest.
Bomb has been planted.
Around this corner. Does actually manage to connect one with the head. Nice headshot. But just a fadeaway. It's all about just trying to stay alive here.
Terrorists win.
Last to finish off the job. So, beautiful work being done. all sort of snowballs a little bit off of that opening pick from Dennis. I mean, they were able to recover that dropped AWP, but it's really good work. It's a really good time to step up and find an entry like that as well. Under pressure, what is going on? Teammate there, somehow, in the chaos of it all, he survives and ends up finding the kill, giving his team an advantage. Goofy spams won't connect, but MP9's will. A little bit closer as he can hear the steps. We need that sonar hearing. It's right in front of you. There you go. Mast to be able to follow up. Sangal now take the lead. And it does feel like they're on their way to a 2-0 here. That's what they're looking for. At least, look at this again. It's just unbelievable. It's ridiculous from Mary to get away with that. I really don't know how he does. But he does. He does get away with it. That's the important thing. Wow. What was supposed to be a bit of a freebie. A comfortable opportunity to get on to 6 rounds is going a little bit sour. Let's see how this one unfolds. Volley into pin. You can just hear it. Oh my god. How does Twist find that though? He'll be very happy to get that shot. He knows he's dead to rights. There's zero chance of him getting out of there alive, but to get out with 1 kill and just kind of keep a lid on things and keep things viable for Pleasant and Upi to actually clutch this round is very impressive. 1 for 1. Mary onto Upi, but Pleasant back the other way onto his teammate. And Pleasant's just going to hold this full 10 seconds. High flashbang. Pleasant doesn't care. Mary. Oh, eventually he gets off of it. Mary will find the kill. Pleasant did have just about enough time to come off of that defuse and take the fight and get back on it. But I'm surprised he does. I'm not sure. That would have come really close. I think Mary would have just about had him. He timed that perfectly, but I am surprised Pleasant doesn't just commit. Tuck your head down. Hope they whiff a little bit. You whiff those first couple of shots and yeah, maybe. And 6-4. Sangal, interestingly, the ones that actually call the timeout. In for Mary. Knowing that this B site's been a little bit bizarre. It's been the bonkers B site here so far this map. Sometimes Alliance have had like ridiculous stacks on it. into short. Avid. Oh. Can't seem to land his head. Not killing me either. Mast will wait for him to take the fight close, but he's at a disadvantage in that engagement. The high ground prevails. Era with another. Very quickly, this round actually falls apart. Sangal are the ones to call the pause, but not the ones to convert off the back of it, unless Danis can pull off some kind of crazy 1v5. Takes attack from the USP. Does bag one of his own, but has to back away here. 1 point of health to his name. He is limping, unlucky to be alive. He'll be counting his lucky stars. Not for long, though, because Avid's there from behind. You see him coming. Ninja, sneaky. Alliance then. Back in the picture. Good start from them. It's sort of not followed up, but still a chance for them to have a decent half here. Nice in the meantime. AWP in hand. Traded right back. Bison. Lucky that he saves a few bullets in the clip there because the spam wasn't successful. Mary was a little bit closer than I think Blessum would have liked, but it doesn't matter. About 8 or 9 left, so able to convert on that kill through the smoke. As Mary comes through the smoke. Less than a minute left on this clock blitz. We'll tap in those digits on the bomb. Danis is AWP. Hold it. Big flick. UP got. Oh, wow. All right. Danis spins around and Beanox will finish off the job. Sangal, 7-5 half. Very good, all things considered. They started this one off poorly. Remember, this was, what, 4-0? And then it went... Oh, it was 4-1, sorry. It went 2-0. Then Sangal won a round. Then it went 4-1. Alliance were then plagued with 5-round losses in a row. It was only then at 6-4 they were able to put one back. But 7-5 half, yeah. Sangal will be happy with that. They should be very happy with that. 6 of the last 7 going their way. Pistol, important for both teams. Oh, actually, a pretty reasonable start. Lucky that Harry's there, picking up the headshots because there was only 2 on lock. They were both instantly dispatched off. Mary eventually follows suit. He's actually been unbelievable. I haven't really addressed the elephant in the room here, which has been Mary. Wow, what a shot and a mark. He's 17 and 9. Nobody else even really matching that. Danis has just about hit double digits, but yeah, for everybody else, slacking behind. It's been the Mary show for sure.
Bomb has been planted.
Beanox tasked with the clutch. He doesn't have a kit. He's got jewelries. He's got Kevlar. He's kind of buffed up as a bit of a tank here. And Upi, with no armor, might be in a bit of trouble. Era's got the Kevlar, and he's got a PC-50. And he'll show us what he can do with it. Let's have a showcase of the one-tap. Alliance. Now on to 6. Look at how this pistol round goes. Yeah, it's just Blitz and Danis. Instantly wiped out on the peak. The clock just hit the insta-dink. Follow it up. Actually going to be a force buy here for Sangal. Interesting time to go for it. They do have like a slight lead, so I guess, yeah, I justify this. I do the goal with this. It's just wrong call for now. With too aggressive there in the B tunnels. No one's home, but the fast rotations, Mary's already up short. They do now sort of have all the pieces. Jump too high. It is spotted. Mary will save his teammate. Big headshot out of that for Mass. Fire at his feet. Swing out wide. Not able to do anything more. Danis and Blitz both on low health. 34 points of it between them.
Bomb has been planted.
Kind of got to give this up. They're not saving a whole lot here, but yeah, there's very little to gain by just throwing yourselves at this and inevitably losing it. The round is gone. Alliance will be on to 7 momentarily. Round over, numbers at the top are the same. 7 apiece. I think more importantly, no money here really for Sangal. Those 2 MP9s, the Kevlar save from the last Phoenix. 7. A bit of armor of his own. He's going to try and stack up here on long. Make them work. That's found 1. A lot of damage onto the second. But on the re-swing, Pleasant will not allow. Oh. I was going to say this one's chalked up. Maybe not. Taking contact with one of the low HP players. He knows that there's another one close here as well. Molly misses. Pleasant just behind this door. There is such little health between them that felt doable, but anticipating the smoke push from Mast, the sort of thing Mast would do. Very Mast-esque play. Doesn't pay off this time. So for Blitz, I guess the mission then just becomes holding on to this Galil. He'll be on a buy in the next round anyway, but yeah, Galil is something he'll hold on to. If it's an MP9 or a Mac 10 or something, then yeah, he'll have a go at this just because there's no point in saving it. Kevlar's worth something, but I don't know. With Pleasant and Twist having Galils, you kind of want helmets this next round if you're Sangal. Blitz won't touch it. Alliance, this will be 8. Started off a little bit worrying, you know. They took the first casualty and they took a lot of damage onto Pleasant and Twist. There was a world that re-swing could have made the difference, to be honest. But Danis found 1. Beanox and Mary just fell without anything, really. Beanox didn't do a single point of damage. Mary did 18 points of it. It was Danis doing all the heavy lifting. 266. All that damage dealt only converts into 1 kill. The tactical pause here for Alliance. Again, it's the team with the most rounds on the board and the momentum that are actually sort of staying composed and calling these timeouts. quite do or die yet for Sangal, but they will start to feel the pressure now. Go into round number 16. Still deployed. Rifles in hand, all out on either side. Dennis looking to contend with Era, who has been real menace, real thorn in their side so far this game. He's putting up the numbers. Mary. Top of that scoreboard, but only by a thin margin now. Era snapping at his heels. And it goes on to short. Place the barrel forward. Spearhead this. He's got a lot of health. He'll be the first to drop. It's at the hands of Blitz's headshot. Felt lethal anyway, but yeah, did only need the one bullet. So just that little bit easier. Dennis. Oh, wow. Okay. Gorgeous work being done.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Look at this. Kind of don't really catch them, but here on the replay, you just see Alliance out of position a little bit there. Playing for the post plant on short. Doesn't work out. Dennis is all a little too potent. He's got the new one as well, the green one. It's cool. In. Oh, big kill, guys. Bit of trouble. In fact, yeah, he will be. Deploys the smoke to extinguish the molly a little too late. The flames cooking to a crisp. He was already low. I'm not sure he realized he'd been insta-dinked. Ooh. Twist as well. Round's already chalked up, but Era just secure it. Insurance policy. Up in top mid, holding on to short when the swing comes out. Nice and easy. 9-8 Alliance. In the lead here. It's been a while now. It's been back and forth. Oh! And it's shots like that. They just rub salt in the wound of the game that is struggling in a little bit. Dennis! Desperate. Try and wash it. Get that salt out and bring it back with a 3K. It's God's work being done with the snipers here in this one. There's still a lot more to be done. Both teams will work their way up long. This will be heard and communicated by Beanox. Molly onto short. Blitz in from behind. They realise they're all a little bit too quiet. There's a good chance that there is one wrapping long. Avid will plant safe.
Bomb has been planted.
Blitz. Yeah, steps for a little bit. Timing's been pretty technical for him here, so he should be somewhat incognito. Famas doesn't get the vision to trade it, but should be able to jump up and do so. Now he knows where the last is on the site. It's the AWP. Avid swaps to the Glock. I think he's been given a bit of fake info that Beanox is lower than he is, but it doesn't matter. The Glock connects with the head and Alliance. Make it another round. That one a whole lot closer. But as I say, yeah, it sort of begs the question a little bit of pop into that Glock at the end. Maybe the info was, oh, he's super low. Look at that again from Dennis. You got to be feeling a little bit frustrated with your teammates there if they're not converting around off of your heroics. Sam, what more can I do? one thing to get the opening pick and your team not convert. That happens sometimes, but 3 kills like that. Tough. Era. That goes down. Love that. Re-smoke. HE will blow it open. Sangal still don't give him the room. The pistols will try and make the moves, and they know that he is still close because he's just fired that shot. They'll hear him running back. Do they want to play through this smoke? The answer is no. This one almost definitely goes the way of Alliance, but still going to be around that Sangal have a little bit of equity in, one that they'll play for. Look how slow this is. I mean, Sangal have still got this like mega stack up on long. They've got 3 players close to the tunnels. Lions in the meantime, we're going to try and route up short. Masters in CT. Beanox has just crossed back to the site. This is an A hit. Sangal have kind of got pieces in place. Now they go for the activation in top mid. That's the bomb dropped. To get it back. Twist and Era. You keep a lid on things with 15 seconds left. They could be in a little bit of trouble. Bomb has already slipped the net, escaped and got out of there for Beanox. That'll be his mission, his goal. Survive with that all. It has to be done. Having down to 1 HP. Twist, 56. That could have gone really wrong for Alliance. They'll be happy that they convert it and get the round win, but man, oh man. Beanox. Be allowed to survive. That's okay. I'll have money to rebuy, so investments will come out in this next regardless. But it's still going to be a tough spot. Tough spot for sure if you're Sangal. As well. At the hands of Era. David finds that opening pick on long. Master with the AWP. Short flashed off the angle. Back on it. Era's waiting for him. It's a good trade out by Blitz. Doesn't want to retrieve that sniper. They've got 2 capable AWPers on this team, and Blitz is not one of them. I'm sure he could hold his own with the big green, but doesn't fancy it here. High pressure situation. They need to win this round. Conversion is paramount. Shot pleasant. Yep. There you go. Another one that just goes into the blender, the meat grinder for Sangal. Their heads are poking out at the moment, but quickly they will be swallowed. As right now, it is all going wrong. They just don't seem to know how to post a defense here on Dust 2. No answers for this.
Terrorists win. Terrorists win.
Really great work from Alliance here on their T side. Not a lot that you can really fault with it, to be honest. Last hurrah fire here on Sangal. Realizing it's kind of all or nothing. They move into round number 21. They don't particularly want to have to play a third map. That is becoming more and more of a reality right now. Space they've given to Alliance as well. They've prioritized this stack on long so many times, especially in the lower investment rounds. It's just not worked out time and time again. And here you go, just Alliance up short for free. Bomb plant, no trouble. 5v5 retake. Alliance have got all of the room to spread their legs. They'll stretch out into short. Twist. Almost poised for a save here. This is a round you gotta go for, guys. Your opponents are on that point. Takes another twist with the penultimate nail in the coffin, and the final one will be hammered in with a hard headbutt from Upi. Everyone disconnects because that is the ringing bells of Alliance taking map number 2 here. Sangal just falling short. It's her own pick as well. You know, a lot of question marks. They gave us a really good T side, but on their defense, they just looked lost, and Alliance had all the answers. When it comes to this third map, I don't know which way it's going to lean. I'll be honest, guys. I've said before, both these two teams, haven't really been playing too much recently. Alliance have got more reps under their belt than Sangal do, but you know, there's not so much in it. The moral of the story is neither of them have been playing tons of CS in the last few months. And as I said, Nuke is a really bad map for both teams. Sangal had a little bit of success on it against Rush B and Compass the other day, but outside of that, it's been bad losses against everybody all year. They only really started to pick it up as well at the end of March. For Alliance, it's much of the same, you know. I'm not even going to count that one because it's a regional matchup in the Svenska Liga. But yeah, sort of a couple of wins back in March against Seshi and Monty. Outside of that, they've had terrible results here too. At GTZ and Eklot, they go back ages. So I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure what we have in store for us on Nuke, but it should be a great decider map and the knife round to dictate those sides as well. Both teams going to be gagging for that CT start. We'll get into that after a 10-minute break, though, folks. So join us back here around about 10 minutes' time, and we'll be ready with the action. See you all in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Third and final map about to get underway. And as I said before, I really cannot tell you which one this is going to be. This just feels on a knife's edge. No doubt Sangal were the better side on train, and I think that goes through both halves. But for Dust 2, they still felt like the better team on their T side. It was their defense that was waxed early. Here we go. Big against Alliance, just shutting it down. Bit of team damage from Pinox onto Mars. I think that was a dink, but everything else going flawlessly for the Swedes. They seem to want to just carry the momentum from that first map. Yeah, there was that team damage. Okay, so round number 2. Well, eco here for Sangal. They got really nothing out of that first round to get all too excited about. And the jiggle, block, the contact to the MP9 saying, well, we are much better off swinging into this AUG and dying to the AUG than we are to the MP9. So let's not feed the SMG. Swinging together. We go down to the rifles, and there you go. Era and Avid to pick it all up. 3 picks for Era. Little stat pad. He's 6 and 0 to start things off. You don't want to be giving Orpa too much confidence. He's had a good series so far, especially there on map 2. Start here to map 3. But, as I say, more importantly, yeah, not giving the opportunities to those SMGs and keeping those SMGs alive. Kinda does Sangal some favours, because they'll now come into their buy round, and obviously Alliance on a little bit of a bonus, so good chance for them to have a firepower advantage while they still can. With that AUG, out all too often nowadays, but some players do still like it. Favourite. That's like Nuke in certain positions, could spam back the other way. Phoenix takes a fair chunk of damage, but Plaston receives even more for his troubles. Twist in the corner, MP9. Ooh, lags a little bit. There we go. It's all right. Dennis clears it. Love the due diligence. 2-man advantage. With Plaston being low as well, this gets a little bit tricky. Dennis and Beanox are tagged down as well. Still. This one feels like a tall task. Era. Let's go to this AWP. Mast on the other side.
Bomb has been planted.
Spawns that bomb. M4 in hand. 2-man advantage. Alliance don't really want to go for this, so they will just let this one go the other way. Nice shot from Era. Needs to hold on to that org, and it looks like he will be allowed to.
Terrorists win.
Jeez. Some clinical shots, but it's still going to be that 2-1 lead here for Alliance. As Sangal, everything in their power. Make this work. Blows open the smoke. Nobody on the other side of it. Beanox looking across. He starts to get his way down. Blesson on the left side. And 4. Oh. Help the damage. Beanox so quick. So good in those close range gunfights. Does see the jiggle out of heaven. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He's got the man advantage. Doesn't want to give him an opportunity to trade it back. Oh my. Okay. Hang on a minute. What's going on the A site? And Upi have just found 3 between them. Flip this round on its head, but it won't last all too long. Back into the 2v2. Upi goes down. There's now evident era. One flash. They've both got kits. They've gambled down towards B. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. No, stand up. In the upper bomb site. Down that bomb. Get it beeping away. I would say in Beanox. Just better. Nice and comfortable. Down to 4 HP there. Master has the right idea with this one as well, Ivid. And I'm not really playing for the round. The bomb's already halfway ticked and he's a little too slow, but he will come for exits or whatever the hell he was going for there. And then it'll be Master finish. So Sangal tie things up to a piece. They break that CT money. They get things going nicely here on their T side of Nuke. Let's try and convert more off of the back of this. Dennis. Nice headshot, actually. Gives them all the space here. Floor. Gonna gun this down. you go. Ooh. She gets a little bit messy there. P250 is able to convert. It's making things somewhat expensive here for Zangal. Away.
Terrorists win.
There you go. Reasonably comfortable. In the lead. AK's in hand. Opportunity for that AWP. Plenty of it, but I don't want it. Shot. I can't believe he goes for another one there. Kind of knows that he probably doesn't have time to run all the way back and he's going to get overwhelmed. So, yeah, take two with you if you're going to fall, my friend. Does exactly that. Pleasant on the ladder as well. That's the better of Murray. So, Marston Dennis. What do you do here? How do you go about this? Oh, it's just Mast. I think it's a pretty obvious answer. You got to just try and save that AWP. Master player, though, known for his clutches or his antics, and that's what he gives us there. Throws that AWP into the water, out of the map. Absolutely love it. Now goes back to the AK, and he'll have a go at whatever he can get out of this round. But yeah, the most important thing is that AWP doesn't fall into the hands. So, yeah, something that Alliance would have quite liked, to be honest. I think Chris probably just saw it, just fading away in the water, sink into the bottom. Look at this, though, again from Era. Yeah, here's him charging him down, says, I'm going down here regardless. So I will just pop another shot, take one more to the grave with me. Selfless, valiant. Converts him a third. I'll call a quick pause before going into this one as well. Maybe just calculate the money a little bit here for Zangal. They know that they've lost 3 on the bounce, so the money should be pretty decent. A lot of them have been able to save and whatnot as well. Alliance in a lot of these rounds have gone for the saves themselves, so yeah, Zangal have kind of got off scot-free. Relatively untouched, unscratched. In. Bless him. Puts himself into the corner behind the vent. So it goes down. He's going to try and maneuver around it. Can't flash over the top. Spam's just not connecting here. Empty an entire magazine. Eventually, Avid will be able to draw first blood and take somebody down. After a whole lot, and he just cooks in the flames. Wants that fight with Mast. Mast knows exactly how to go about that duel. Don't feed him if he wants to stay put, then let him be the creator of his own demise. Chris. Does he not see it? in control. Thought he'd found the timing. Ends up worrying about finding Dark. Just able to catch him back. So, 3v2. Advantage on the retake. Numbers in Alliance's favour, but not for long. Mast ready for Pleasant to drop down the vent. Executes him as he does. Stop on the rafters. Blitz. Oh, the damage dealt. His teammates fall, and that smoke will give him a little bit of room to manoeuvre. Around the right-hand side of it, wants to try and isolate this and catch the timing onto Twist. It just doesn't happen. Twist is there, gets the better of it. No kit as well, so running down that clock. Good at doing the answer. Oh my god. That comes way too close for comfort. I didn't realise how close that was. Without the 10-second music, it's sometimes hard to tell. I assume Twist has got it on. Pistols here for Sangal. He's not looking too bad. Right, when you look at it. Objectively. T-side nuke. 3 rounds already. This is kind of exactly where you'd expect it to be. With damage out of the Deagles early. Phoenix actually hit a couple of nice shots, but not going any further than that. You're okay with it being here so far. You do need to take a couple more rounds. 2 more, I think, is the benchmark you're looking for here. T-side nuke. Try and craft that. You mind your way out of this one. Here up. Posted on his all. 15. High angle, difficult one to deal with. Since here in main. I'm just going to try and slip down secret. I quite like this. Using those smokes. Avid already rotated down. He knows that this has been a possibility for the last 30 seconds or so. Go for the boost. Yeah, nobody holding from the stairs. Continue to walk down. Alliance is still committed, going quite heavy here on the upper bomb site, so rotations will be needed if Avid goes down without we'll clear him. We'll go 1 for 1. The most you could ask for out of him in that position, but unless he goes unchecked, then you can ask for 2, but this should be the retake to then not to work its way around. Mary goes 1 for 1 up at the upper site, so it just keeps him busy. He actually sells a really convincing fake that they'll only just start rotating after that bomb's been planted. Let's get into this site. Beeping away, Danis on the angle. The arm knows there's at least one here towards ramp. Decent chance of the second as well. Peek out, yeah, will convert. Knows that there's one more holding the edge of the smoke. Will try and get an angle around it. He is right. That's pretty perfect. Sangal make it 4. Really sneaky round. A round without too much action until right at the end. I missed a lot of what happens there on the upper bomb site, but It is one of these rounds that they'll want to be converting
Bomb has been planted.
against a really low buy like this. There was no saves in the last. It's just that hero rifle on Plesson here. Pistols aren't really able to do anything. The rifle can't service any real damage either. Mary tanked down to 67. That's about it. So, yeah, we'll see this start at 5 apiece. Sango hit that benchmark of 5 rounds I said that they were looking for. Maybe dangerous because Alliance don't really have anything to lose, so you're not gaining all too much by killing them, but
Terrorists win.
can feel good frags. A little bit of money as well to go their way. They won't be able to get rid of Plexon's M4, so he'll hold on to it. He'll have plenty of money to then drop over or buy himself full util and whatnot to go with it. Kit, helmet. All the trimmings, all the bells and whistles. Alright, 30 seconds expended, and a ramp has been lost. Alliance just give it up. They don't really have anybody. I mean, they do. They could have fought it. They've got they're on that AWP. They've got the rifles, but they'd rather just play Avid on this lower side straight away. Fire goes behind him. He'll play in front and punished for doing so. Blitz there. Flexus off rotation. Fight with the AWP. Oh, God. Really messy. Tons of damage onto Danis, but really needed that kill. Without it, this gets tricky. Here is all really the worst tool for this job. Pistol go 1 for 1. Tons of damage dealt. Sango. They take this down. They'll be limping into the next, but they've got the numbers. Upi pulls one back. Here though, that AWP. Difficult to service. Bomb's already halfway gone. MP9 puts on the pressure. If the MP9 wins that fight, then it's round over. The AK overwhelming him. The AWP doesn't stand a chance. Doesn't commit to the defuse either. Mask calls his bluff and just jiggles out. Counts the 4 in his head. Gets the better of the AWP anyway. So here, a real missed opportunity there, but just generally a missed opportunity for Alliance. They give up a little bit too much space early. The retake's pretty good, to be honest. Pretty potent, but doesn't end up converting. God. Really scrappy outside. Down to a 3v3 though. Always seems to be the way when you have these really scrappy starts to rounds. Lost on the angle. On the MP9. Danis runs out of bullets. Oh no. Know that Master's here as well, but they don't anticipate the silo player. That's Mary, the savior, the guardian angel from above. Knows that there's going to be one pushing into lobby as well. Thinks he's up the ladder. But he gets timing onto Blessing. Yeah, he will. Tidy stuff. Really good pick from Mary there. Sangal will close out the final round of the half. 7-5 on their T-side here on Nuke. It's pretty fantastic. Not really asked for a whole lot more than this. Even again, now it started as well, remember? 5-3 down. They lost the pistol. They lost the follow-up to Eco. They didn't really get anything done in that pistol round. So, yeah, let's take a 7-5 half in that kind of situation. Yeah, for sure. Very happy with that outcome. So 7-5. Sangal. Jump into this second half pistol round, knowing that they've got a little bit of a margin for error. They've got a little bit of wiggle room here on Nuke. Part of a good start. USP will be traded though. Oh my. Blessing gives him a little bit of Batman action, but Beanot returns the favour. Sees the bomb being planted on the edge of that smoke as well. Will spam and deny it. He's got a little bit further to the left. But he's covered there from Maid. No bomb plant, only the one kill. My oh my. Beautiful work from Sangal there in the pistol. Similar affair to what we saw in the first half pistol, to be honest, the CT side. Just the pistols here for Alliance. It's going to be a free 9th for Sangal by the looks of things. Alright, well timed Molly. I'll run right into it. I mean, it's going to be Mars that picks up the lion's share with this for Mars. It's a bit of a shame the MP9 doesn't then get the money. Era will get a bit of money. Flips down to B, goes for that. They realise it, but it's tad too late. Blitz is there to finish, but yeah, defuse will come for free, that's for sure. But it's still going to be a bomb plant. It's still going to be a bomb plant for Alliance that I would have hoped to go without that. Sangal up against the full stack rifles here on the T side. AKs across the board for Sangal. 2 MP9 for Mass and an M4A1S. Spams are pretty good. Beanot does a fair bit of damage. Chi blowing open the smoke as well. Might give him a little bit of a sight line. No, there's another one behind it. Doesn't matter. He'll hold down Mouse 1 for 1 and, well, we'll call it 3/4, 4/5. Tons of damage there onto Bleston. Always seems to be the recipient of this spam damage. Can't seem to escape it. It's MP9. Invents. They're either side of him. Smoke in place. Danis does it all the way back. Tucked in the corner. Man advantage. He knows he can play the time a little bit here. It keeps on ticking. 30 seconds left. It'll be hard clear by Upi. Man advantage now negated the goal. Doesn't last long though. Mast follows that up. Bleston finished off after being on low HP for a long time. The 4v3 retake will ensue. Flashbang goes behind Mast. Won't bother him. He'll play in front and continue to smash heads. Trying to play whack-a-mole on the stairs. Won't be successful. He'll be traded back. Era's there. Molly goes down. Venox to come and join the party. And he does have a little bit of a sight line, but only connects a bullet to the foot. Flashbang keep on pressing. Era has to back up. But it do be an Era to double down in control. They find both the final kills. Alliance make it another. Okay, well, Alliance get away with the round win, but as I said before, it's a mega bonus for TNL, so they're not going to be sort of too threatened. They've given Alliance a little bit of a foot in the door here in the second half, but the factor is they actually have a better investment now. You know, there are some issues here, though. I mean, very down to an MP9. There's very little utility. Venox, it's a great start, but a terrible follow-up. Does heaps of damage, 98 points of it onto Era, but getting away with 2 HP, 198 isn't enough for 2 kills there. TNL at least will have somewhat of an advantage. I'm not sure, though. Betting 1-for-1 always seems to favour the T side, just thins out those CT defences a little bit. Gotta run thick. Shouldn't a map like Nuke. Gotta have pieces in place. Danis going to do his best here. Here. Outside a secret, misses the first shot. And he can't do that. Will only moves a little bit to the right. Flashback so much pressure here, but that is a very good Era impression. Sticks around knowing that if he backs off, he's dead. And goes 2-for-1. That is absolutely cool. They'll take it. They're happy with that. It's a good outcome. A man advantage at a time that they absolutely need it. The MP9 to finish off. Mary's there with the AK. Master swap out to one of his own. And I think... No, okay. I thought Blitz would be able to get to that AWP, but he doesn't. Quite see on the minimap where he was, but he was on that lower bomb site. I thought that he'd be sort of inching towards it. The problem is yeah, they didn't find those final 2 kills until very late, and there wasn't really much warning call, so I'm not sure Blitz really had time to get off the rafters through the door and up to Secret there. But either way, it'll be a full eco for Alliance. TNL should be able to push to 11 now. A nice pickup. Venox just not really being all too tested here outside. He is just against pistols, so a bit of a shooting gallery. Firing range is happy with it. Rounds like this, where you build up your confidence a little bit, get some of those feel good frags. Tiny stuff. Only plays for the only casualty is Beanox, and he found 4 kills, so he sort of pays himself off a little bit there. That's fine. Very nice shot from Upi as well. It doesn't feel like there's a lot you can do about that. So Molly goes down, Smoke goes down. Through. Alliance don't really have a margin for error anymore. They give up one more round. Sangal hit map and series point. Qualification into the playoffs, more importantly. The playoffs aren't your standard playoff bracket. You only got to win 1 game, you qualify through. Top 2 from each group. To a top 8 playoffs bracket, and 12 of those teams make it to the main event. VRS. We play the same format. The invites work a little bit different. Beanox from above. This is better for Alliance. In fact, this is looking very good. Harry adds a spanner to that, though. Pretty right back, Avid. Still up here in Avid, he's making tons of noise, so... If anyone was close, he could be in trouble, but... Seems to matter. Smoke will go down, Blitz behind it, emerges through. Really good stuff there. Lions with another. Okay, well. Holding, but Molly at his feet. Dennis has to fall away. That's his attention to outside instead. Thanks for the grass. Ooh, narrowly misses the pot shot. That was pretty close, all things considered. Sounds back to the A1S, won't connect. Oh, wow. Really good work from Avid. Makes things incredibly interesting as we boil down to the 2v2, but dropping from above, it's Mary with another double. It leaves it on to Avid. This is the 12 rounds on Sangal. Blitz will finish off. Sangal have just looked that little bit better here when they've needed to. Here it is again. So doable there for Alliance. Just short of the mark. So 5 chances to close this one out. Blitz overwhelmed by the Mac 10s. Alliance just trying to go balls to the wall in this one. Get this finished off. Mario pick up another of his own. Danish Dior will be denied the jump. Stop this plant, but it'll come in pretty soon after. Oh, just 3 HP. Closes the door in the face of Avid as it gets reopened. He's there to deal the damage. 13 rounds for Sangal. They will be your victors here. Trading map picks, but winning in the third. I said I really didn't know which way it was going to lean on Nuke. Both teams have had a poor history on it. Rough results recently. However, strong stuff there from Sangal, especially at the end on their CT side. And yeah, it puts a nice, neat bow on things. So we've got your two teams that are making it through. I do just have to jump back on it. I've come off the page somehow. But yeah, this is playoff group shaping up very, very nicely. Of course, Ruby beating Rage earlier puts them through to the playoffs. I'm not quite sure who they'll be seeded up against yet, but yeah, one of the teams that finished first in the group. So it does get a little bit harder coming through in these decider matches. And of course, Sangal making it through alongside Rush B there in Group A. For Ruby, it was them and Sashi just squeezing out there. So we've still got a couple more of those decider matches to take place. That'll be Unity, Zero Tenacity, and Sabre versus Next Level to work out who will be joining those final two squads. They will be, taking place a little bit later this evening. There's your schedule for you. Again, Unity, Zero Tenacity up next, around about 15 minutes time. Then that Sabre TNL game, 3 hours onwards. So, plenty of action still to come for you guys at home. Make sure you stay tuned because it is going to be an absolute blast. We're going to go to a short break, around about 15 minutes. There'll be a little bit of a switcheroo. It won't be me anymore. There'll be one of my wonderful colleagues bringing you through those following games. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. Go for a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Good afternoon and welcome back to season 3 of CCT. My name is Get the Bag Mark and I'm so happy to be joining you again here on the play-ins as we come into, what are to be some of the peak matches here through our groups, right? We're here with the deciders. These are not teams that are meeting up for the first time here recently, right? These teams will have played each other just days ago, and at the latter end of our day today, we check into group C and D to see who's going to be coming out and taking that second group spot out here to compete for those spots to the main event. I mean, we got a huge spot showing up here in Europe for series number 1, and it's going to be a banger. You want to be a part of it, and obviously, we have 4 teams today that would love to throw their hat in the ring. So let's go ahead and take a look at exactly what we got going on today. It's going to be in a very exciting finish to, what already has been a pretty nice day of games, right? I was just, hopping on train, getting on track with the last series that was going down between Alliance over there. I just got to, cover the Swedish team myself the other day, and I know that was a pretty interesting time to see them, but it's Sengal that ends up, muscling them out for that last spot there within 3 maps. So, credit to Sangal, but also, credit to Ruby for, handling Rage all but cleanly there in a 2-0 just to kick off our day today. But, we check in to Unity and Zero Tenacity here. Names that you're going to be plenty familiar with here within the tier 2 scene. And the first team that we check into is the Slovakian mix. And it's been together for a little while here. And with a decent mix of experience and youth is, going to put together a pretty interesting project, especially when, you look at K1 Fita that, has obviously been kicking it with this roster for, what has been a pretty significant amount of time, about a year here. So, I mean, obviously you're paired up with, a pretty recognizable name, and Neofrag made a couple of majors over there with OG, but, that's where we kind of get off and talk about this experience, right? I think we note that, you absolutely do start with, a pretty decent structure with 2 players just like that. And you sort of build out with the rest of the roster to go, right? And I mean, you can't really finish this conversation about the core without mentioning Woozy, right? The 18-year-old opper that has been, pretty impressive, but at 18 years old, you're looking to see them, raise their ceiling a little bit and hopefully get into a conversation where you can really be one of the best oppers within the tier 2. And that's definitely a goal this young man would want to hit. And with plenty of time here with an experienced IGL, right? Players that have made majors alongside him, that's an important thing to keep track of. But also Darber and Purdy come over here. Darber with a pretty notable stint over on Gamer Legion Academy, and Purdy comes on with Enterprise Gen experience over from their academy project just over on that side. And we can take a good look over at those Zero Tenacity faces, because something you got to keep in mind is that if you are a fan of tier 2 Counter-Strike here within the last 2 years, right, you're plenty familiar with all of these names, and unfortunately you don't get to see their faces today. But the Zero Tenacity roster has been together for quite some time. I mean, they're pretty notable in the scene for all of the tier 2 grinding that they do, putting out like some of the craziest like map outputs out of like a couple of months compared to some other teams competing within their same region. So Kyofo and the boys definitely have a pretty good mix of experience under their belt. I played at plenty of different tournaments under this core, and obviously been led by Nemanja for some time. So I think that this Zero Tenacity roster, continues to sort of measure and really sort of get to that next space as a core moves along, right? And you go ahead and just straight up compare where we have two of the largest standing fraggers, the largest standing namesakes of this matchup, right? Let's just be real. Neofrag, our player to watch, sort of versus the leader Nemanja there, who is absolutely going to be, calling up a storm, but one you need to keep track of when, you're absolutely ripping it up in the rating department alongside the rest of the crew. So it's going to be a very nice touch in to see how this roster actually does get down. into the rest of their games, because it's been an interesting mix to actually, see this roster from Zero Tenacity develop. As, you have to give them the respect of, carrying on with the same core for about as much of, 3 years. I believe that it was on the back end, if I'm remembering serve me correctly, it was Kyofo to join. Most recently, no, it was absolutely AVN, just even like with about a 9-month difference from like the rest of the roster here. So even considering a little bit of the most recent history, right, when they were playing within these groups, it was Nemanja squad to go ahead and take a 2-0 with their map pick of Nuke. They had a nice look over there. That's a common, scene for the team. And, that's exactly where they're going to take it today. It was like a 13-5 victory that they had over on that map pick. It was, maybe debating on seeing if Dust 2 is going to, maybe be ripped out of the margins here for Unity, who was going for that, and the first time also went for that. So this is literally the exact same map pool that you're getting down before. Besides that decider, it was that Nuke that was a lot cleaner by Zero Tenacity, and that Mirage that went into OT. So, if Unity could potentially take that overtime, push us to a third map of Inferno, that could be an interesting conversation as to where exactly that Inferno experience does come out. Because I think both squads obviously favor, I think overall favoring Zero Tenacity in this matchup today. That's something that needs to be brought up. Just with an experienced team within this tier 2, I've casted them within these close qualifiers before. They're a team that is absolutely used to the, I'm gonna put it in air quotes even though you can't see me, the pressure that will be actually ripping along in stages like this. But we're ripping along. We are already into our first nuke here. And like I said, obviously holding up a very high bar from the previous game. 13-5 scoreline is nothing to scoff at. Zero Tenacity get that T side start. Really a kind of spell for nightmare fuel early if you are a Slovakian fan waltzing into this today. Get a good mix with the squad out here, picking with the P250, but Neo Frag and the young gun Woozy, who's put up to chart right in garage. Gets a frag and then dips out. Zero Tenacity are being challenged within this pistol early. However, they get the respect of their ramp. They get their way into a little bit of space, but Birdie, he's got 2 dualies right around the corner. And having to work real hard for it. Either way, it's going to be on the spot here for AVN down below. Kyofo to make his next move. It's awfully sufficing here, making down the corner, making down the ladder, and taking line up for him. AVN can't finish the job, but now Kyofo 1v1, and he should have gotten a note onto Woozy's position. Made a step over in transition to the double door. Woozy holds the hard corner and needs this pistol round, but it's too much for the young gun. It is Kyofo to just manhandle the rest of Unity to put this pistol round back into the way of Zero Tenacity. They give you 0 room to breathe. And again, like, we'll mention the 13-3, or 13-5. It's not going to be the only time that we sort of reference how just cut and clear and a little bit wild it is. So we ended up sort of on almost the exact same foot at Nuke Mirage. But if you're going to reach for it again, we'll see if it has maybe a bit of a different fate to go instead. These MAC-10s, Zero Tenacity, they don't avoid the pistols or the lobby crunch that could have proceeded. You stay in lobby and they remain down while they do have a couple of players reaching around and lower. Manya, namely, is MAC-10. Go for the man that did rake back that pistol round. No kit on either of them. It's on Brute Monster here, and Precious Cargo. Server up top. Here it goes. The incendiary is going to blast it. Try and let it loose. They're just going to in-house right now. player on top of the boost takes a little bit longer to find, but Zero Tenacity clear out every single corner here within the ramp room and stack one on top of two. AVN that had a monster, absolute monster performance last time. Farmed them on Nuke 24 and 9 against Unity just 2 days prior to this. Quick A play. Down. Even when the door smoke is up, Molotov pushing Purdy out of this position, but Unity, they feel all the utility come around. They actually respond perfectly. It's Darber that's going to be getting a double right now, and you're going to have to find another way to live down the vent. They're going to be chasing you. MAC-10 down. Good luck for the bomb plan on 1v5. Unity have a very impressive hold. That hit goes the exact same way if the regular got around for Zero Tenacity and they try and test Unity like that. They were in the perfect place. Go ahead and really just punish upon that. Namely, Purdy gets a little bit of respect for, seeing out of the Molotov put right on him at Mustang. The moment to breathe, so functional. The Brute Monster takes this into T-spawn, holds on to the A1S. Should be a buy back for Zero Tenacity is, we can chalk that up to, in air quotes, a bonus round, right? You have some MAC-10s out on the floor. That's where they'll stay. In the third round, we'll get that first up on the board for Unity. Yeah, man, I don't know what you're doing watching Falcons and Vitality. Or maybe a nuke in that series. I don't know. This is my grand final, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope it's yours, too. Gotta get to the Blast Showdown somehow. Gotta earn some Valve regional points. That CCT is a great way to do so. Last season, after BC Games victory in a late series, rather season 2, series something, honestly. I think it was series 19 that they ended up winning. Good VRS standing. They're able to make a closed qualifier, I believe. For IM Dallas actually make the event. I'll be there in a couple of weeks. See Nexa and the fellas. But either way, it's that path you got to take through the luscious Tier 2 Season 3 over the horizon. It's looking awfully juicy. One Richard claws in, and these BO3s are the ones you got to stand up in. This is how you get yourself in the playoff to make the event. 2v3 right now. I think it's gonna be well placed. A little bit could have been a little bit more successful. Brute Monster doesn't see completely out of the corner. On a halfway tick. Uzi does see his way back up to heaven. Iafita does get back from this lobby punch. Both of the players meet. Get both of these saves on.
Terrorists win.
And as we were talking about AVN having that pretty incredible performance the last time these two teams saw. Onto this nuke. Kyofo that was at the bottom of that unit. Every day is a new day. Kyofo standing the test of it this afternoon. Zero Tenacity. Send a man back up to the silo position. Seems to be a little bit more interested potentially reaching and taking some room back at this outside spot where you're going to have that triple smoke wall. Zero Tenacity showing that face for the first time. Kyofo just spamming around, supporting Nemanja, who goes actively on the search. On the solo. And the rest of this ramp play will come in right to the Unity IGL, who does get respect, does get bumped down. Sends Woozy to handle things, the heaven rotation. Can he do it? Still have not even really seen into the fights being taken that fully. Nemanja yet to be seen. Aware that there's got to be a lurk somewhere. They keep their minds active for it. But really, just in the perfect place Zero Tenacity are. Now they get to send it onto this B side as they well please. Smoked out of control, smoked out of double. 25 seconds left, and Zero Tenacity are about to get this bomb down in the lower site without a single body drop. Brute Monster, so close to being spammed out on this bomb plant. But just that eventually, at some point in this time, Nemanja is insane. How do you play this lurk to perfection? Put some salt on the body and left in the wound. I mean, at this point, can Unity even go for it? You're just so tested for so long. Either way, you're going to get a good go at this back. Purdy takes out Nemanja. Zero Tenacity's fate catches up with their IGL, who, I mean, must just have quite a smirk. Maybe let out a punch at the end of that round. I mean, for Unity to, just see him and feel helpless in a territory similar to that, you just have to feel for them. And they call a timeout right now. A little bit of sound in from this squad, but I mean, the conversation during this timeout, you can only assume is a little bit strained. Really looking to be as dominant as the previous Zero Tenacity scoreline, so all up to see if change will actually change in this CT side. It's been a little bit lackadaisical. It's felt unresponsive. Would love to see them call up something aggressive here. Now, this is a familiar face. This is a familiar feel. Zero Tenacity started at this belt literally just in round 5. Here come the smoke wall. Same belt utility. Gosh, Neofrag is just so close on some of these spams. Simkey to convert to nice trade. Rather, the opening kill of the round, it falls Zero Tenacity's way as a single member tries to aggress into trophy room. You're not walking away with one. Darber finds the opposing IGL, but Brute Monster with a great stab back. He'd love to get his hands on an op or what? He would. So he goes ahead and takes a 1v1. Got that principle in mind. But just go ahead and take the timing instead. He lurches away. Just finds where he can sit comfortably to deny as much control as he can. Your Tenacity, again with their eyes on the lower bomb side here. They just can't get enough of it. In a 3v3. This time it's taking some bodies drop to get there. Unity gonna need to put some respect on it. You're getting these spams back, but how do you actually get the chance to go out and take this fight? Yoko that's gonna take it. Oh, so there is just trouble here at the main door. Kovo was not gonna let anybody pass. Neither is AVN. Zero Tenacity are just absolutely disgusting right now. It's a little bit crazy. Refreshing the setting. This is the second time in 2 days that these two teams have faced off against one another. You come in with the same veto. Something that's going to need to come down the pipeline soon for Unity. Otherwise, you may start to see into a 13-5, or honestly what feels like worse at the moment. Woozy with an opening kill on the Brute Monster. That's something that will start to change this tide. The first time that the young man has gotten his hands on the AWP through these first 6. Neofrag has got to spam back onto Kyofo. That's through the red box, and Nemanja finds his way down Secret. Unity up 2 members is going to have to really fumble a whole lot to give up this round. Holding up perfectly for Nemanja. At the same time, it's Skimkey that does find Purdy other side of the map. Key AVN, do not even give them the look at this lower bomb site. I mean, at a 2v4 right now, as soon as they realize it, I mean, they should know it's a possibility. They've given up the space at the ramp. Taking a quick peek at control. Obviously, you have Woozy down here, but going to take a real acknowledgement. Molotov to do that, so the bargaining chip. Take a little bit more space. All force back here by the C side, and an audio cue given over. It's literally all going to come from this wave. These players got to get ready. And it's a 2v4 this entire time. Flying out of the double box. Simkey takes a 1v1. AVN is successful. And there's another check from the double door. Neofrag with the trade. Now Neofrag, he's got to protect the young gun, and he goes ahead from half court and just slits it in. Gets a second round on the board for Unity. They just had to get their hands dirty doing it. That's a big play. Out of the player that they determine that they weigh to respect the most. Neofrag, huge couple of frags at the end of this thing. Obviously, he had that spam out to red box to really get us started. After the converted opening kill, Neofrag and Woozy just go back and forth, back and forth. So Zero Tenacity or no more. Interesting efforts into Trophy Room at the brunt end of this. Zero Tenacity, nowhere to be found. Besides Simkey. Taken a decent amount of control. You've taken a decent amount of space. Now Simkey finding out of Hut. Darber gonna get this down. Now how does Zero Tenacity work? Maybe it was not all for nothing. And the interest within this trophy room has given them back a lot of information to hold on to this part. Though Kyofo has found slip into the back door and entrance back into this round, and AVN holds a couple of pieces in place right back down on A. Surprise, surprise. Zero Tenacity. They are going to be taking this B site. No disguise. Great as themselves, and they're gunning for you, Woozy. With an op, the post plant util, and the bomb about to go down. Is there even a possibility for the Czech squad to actually get this back? Nemanja with a very quick pick. In a 2 versus 4, you're really convinced to save. It seemed like there was a bit of a flank working in the meantime. But Darber and his IGL, each round, they find success. It's Zero Tenacity that can just double down in the next. Convincing victory to just put the silence back where it belongs. A 6 hits the board for Zero Tenacity.
Terrorists win.
And AV knows that his foe may lie close, but Zero Tenacity are satisfied with the beatdown they are already providing. P250 in the hands, and oh my gosh. I mean, that was just one P250 and one Deagle. That was literally all three riflers that they took out. You're not even going to be able to get back into save one of these for next time. That's 7 right here. That's 7 slapping you across the face. Plenty of time to tick on this bomb. Plenty of time to hunt down the mob. See where they have just gone. Secure. Exit. AVX has inclination somehow. Gonna be feeling woozy after a beatdown like this on Nuke in this first half. It is just not even close. Zero Tenacity, you're not leaving any prisoners out here today. Another timeout for Unity. But right now, it better present some good. It is looking so dark here in this BO3. I mean, a 7-5 would be a good enough recovery here if you ask me. You know, ignore the side, ignore the circumstances, it's fine. Woozy with an op has gotten an opening kill or so. Darber has really put up some pretty nice spots. You know, hypes up Neofrag for a pretty gracious late round play, but that's about all you can say. Side here in this first half. Brute Monster is going to be popping open this door. Unity not going to be leaving that lane open for very long. Here comes another look to these triple smokes, and Neofrag is just going to be getting a very nice scene back down. So concerned about this lower sight, to the conditioning that has taken place. We smoked on the door. The Unity resources are being dwindled quickly. Woozy crashes down onto Manya. Consider that an opening kill 1 minute into the round, and I mean, from one hell of a place, but, you know, that tells them a whole hell of a lot of where they're going to be at mentally at the moment. This Unity squad. Ready for the A-hit. Flash out towards Mini. Here comes the break, and off the block, Darber with the A4 buys as much space as he can to the backhand of Zero Tenacity to strike, but it does through this 50 cal and posts up onto Heaven. Neofrag, aware of what could be lurking down below. I'll post it up at this door, so they have an audible at the line. I'm just trying to streak control the bomb site, but that's where Woozy has gotten off to, and there's that bomb trying to get into Hut. Is just caught. Second wave headed in from Rhea. Brute Monster. This guy is insane at the moment. Bomb's gonna go down.
Bomb has been planted.
Scary scenes. Ain't even close enough for another nose scope, but Woozy's got one for you. Switches out. Needs another rack to do it. Here goes the Dane trying to find Kofo, but you can't find Kofo. He's gonna do it himself. Zero Tenacity. They just can't slow down. Look at their individual performances at the moment. 13-5 was the bar last time, and they may just raise it. Who expected this out of Brute Monster, though? You know, in a 5v3 and the bomb goes down, this kill was great, but that was just unexpected. Would have been a cherry on top to finish it with the third. That's why you got very reliable Kyofo left riding in the cut. Manya finds We didn't even get to see it. Neo Frag trades one back, but hope is going to be hard to find. Down. Maybe into the fire. Gonna land. Nice angle from this. Lobby controlled. Taken by City. Lower sight. Gonna be taken by Zero Tenacity. D10 may approach 10 here in this half. Damn good for 9 at the moment. Two AKs to be kept. They're going to be strong as ever to go ahead and reach for a third. Kyofo finds Purdy. The 2v2 trickles down. Not going to be seeing anything more out of this one. Both of these players going to be stuffled away. I'll remind you that ABN is certainly alive as well. So 3 out of the Z10 camp find their way to 9.
Terrorists win.
Going to have to be a different sort of look onto this Unity squad. I mean, I'll repeat myself again. Same veto, the exact same veto almost, cracking down. That's where you can start to point to the credit and say, you know, sort of get away with maybe the criticism of maybe Unity's point. Why are you facing into these maps again? Well, maybe they have no choice. Maybe Zero Tenacity's pool is just that deep. And you're showing you why all these years together, developing, it's paying off, right? Even in the chess game, before you get into the server, you're going to be outed. Here comes the save play. Down a member. A 9-3 would be so good, but right now that thought is maybe just a little bit unlikely. Simkey, eyes on. It's all being held right here. Bell, and he is just going to hold the ball down. Again, he sent Brute Monster to hell with them. 1v5 for Brute Monster down. He just got down among players. Now into the ops. Zoom will be woozy to go ahead and write 3 on the board, but is it good enough for Unity? I'm going to go ahead and tell you no for free. I mean, they had a line of 5 to hold in that last game. They need to go ahead and find this pistol and run away with it to make Nuke possible. It's a mirage up after this that they were able to force into overtime after as comparable, I will say, as a lackadaisical performance, excuse me. English a little bit difficult. But that's the thing you got to keep track of. I think you make a series out of this in any point, no matter how sort of bustling down this initial map is. Kind of feels like sometimes you're the better team coming to Nuke, you get that T-side start. It's honestly a little bit easier for you. Run that down, put a convincing first half up on the board. Neo Frag opening kill, that's on a Nemanja. Brute Monster may just get tired here. ABN in the better. Oh my gosh, it's just a shooting gallery right now. Poor Zero Tenacity taking these fights from air conditioning, taking them from lockers. Boxing out any hope Zero Tenacity, or rather Unity. We're going to pull together in a pistol round at this very moment. Simkey, no chance at a hut. You are going to be out until the next round. Your turn skipped, practically. Just had the lineup for those 2 kills. Oh, the better times out here for the Unity squad, even if they were few and far between. Maybe a little bit of a bomb planting on the back end. Oh, but look who's waiting under the bed. Brute Monster. As soon as this thing is going to be clicked. He's going to be pouncing on this. Here it is. Keep walking towards. Can't deny it. Gets a little bit of room for it, so Unity will be able to play in the next round. Important target. But now Z10, as we spoke, maybe took a little bit longer than originally intended. But Z10 Fine 10 just doesn't get delivered through that first half. I don't think anybody's complaining. This is a damn good performance, and they are holding up the respect on their home turf of Nuke. We talked about that buy for Galils. I mean, it is a, really tough bunch of utility right now. That's something you're going to have to really rely on and actually make work. Keep Incendiary going outside. Monster awfully antsy to open a couple of those smokes, similar to Neofrag holding outside. Finds his way back to Garage. A pacifist on these setups, because guess who pops out below? Nemanja with a great kill on that timing. Forces Unity to not just take the respect down below. AVN just putting another smoke down there. There's layers to this. E10 got to pull him back. They pull themselves back to refresh and do maybe a bit more of a simpler play. Target through lobby. 3 players. Still find a way to actually bend them through somehow. Players seeing out a door. Then timing. Headshot comes through on that Purdy Tech 9. Oh, but the bomb's down, and that was on Woozy's back, so Purdy is going to have to find another really important kill. Gofo joins hands. And they peek at the same time, but it's Brute Monster that finds the gold from it, and he gets all of it. 4 frags for Brute Monster, and C10 are just raining it down right on Unity. I mean, 12 is just right around the corner, and then we will say that it is officially pouring. It was AVN, the highest rated player on this nuke the last time they played. As per mentioned earlier, here a different set of MVP-esque faces. Yet an even better result. 14 centric face. Russell's outside. You want to see exactly what that is all about. Nemanja waiting patiently for the mini wrap. They've loved taking fights out here before. Even getting that check-in from Darber. He's going to be Brute Monster's barber. Takes off his head. That's a nice shot. Nemanja, he is just going to stack the bodies. Simkey is going to put another on the pile. AVN ducking in and out, knowing where Darber is. Oh, Nemanja, he sees ahead, and he's going to rip it off. Nemanja with 3 of these USPs. Darber all alone. Pick your poison, and he picks the Simkey card. A full house in between Nemanja and Simkey. And 0 tenacity. They give 0 sign of any life given back on this nuke. This is their map pick, one of the best in their catalog. Here directly challenged again by Unity. And they just can't help but laugh. Previous 13-5. Headed into the close to the end of the 13-3, though an op in the hands of Woozy, and that's where you could really start to get a difference of performance on the side. Load that smoke open. Woozy got to walk this a little bit closer to potentially get these kills, but again, it's not going to be easy for the Unity squad. I mean, you're just begging for something here, an opening kill, something to get excited about. Sight out a door. Simke even taking a little bit of a whisk in the hut. They heard that for sure. Unity to potentially just reach out for a late A play. There's outsmarting your opponent. But then there's reality check. Sort of the crawl that would need to go down, and the click of the smoke at door is going to reach a lot for AVN. Here comes a little bit of utility. Here comes a very big play, and he handles it, and they just melt them down. Zero tenacity, just absolutely decimate Unity on their map pick. That was daunting. And goodness gracious, that was devastating. 13-3 of the previous 13-5. Zero tenacity are going to be now seeing onto a Mirage. That was a previous victory, but a previous overtime affair between these two units. And man, I mean, there's not really much you could say about that, right? We talked about you're trying your hand at the same veto again, right? I mean, even this time it goes a little bit poorer for you. It doesn't really seem like Unity were going to be able to have much choice in this Pheno, but to, go out and really, challenge to what is your best map pick, right? You have to understand that that's where the work shows off. That's where the reps are going to be done and down, and, really praising to the better parts of this Zero Tenacity squad. So they also seem like they're on their stuff on every single individual matter today. So that's where I really get impressed. That's where Unity are going to have to, lift up their cards into that second map, onto their Mirage that is, purely individual based. And if they can't answer that question, then I'm afraid it may be a quick 2-0 this afternoon. But that's all sent up with it, right? We have a bit of a different third map here. It's an Inferno today as opposed to that Anubis. What? You didn't even get to see that last time, unfortunately. But here you're going to see an overtime that was in the previous Mirage, even after a blowout win for Zero Tenacity. So if they could potentially lift up and really get that manner of their individual play into the next, see if they can pug out some better CS, then they could potentially see themselves into the rest of the series. But, that was a really daunting result to sort of get past and push past. They got about 10 minutes to push past that. So they have to go ahead and do it all again. A second map of Mirage that's just up after the break. So don't go very far. Well, we have a second map, and it only just gets that much sweeter. I think for the Zero Tenacity fans, a storyline that, we're going to keep following for, what happens to be where the line is going to be pressed today, which is even higher. A 13-3 nuke victory that was happening 2 days ago, between these two squads, right? Exact same veto today, except it's a 13-3, right? An overtime Mirage victory that Zero Tenacity had to put up against Unity previously. Now we head into a Mirage, and honestly, I think that the Zero Tenacity Mirage has, been on notice recently, has had some really tough scorelines against some tough opponents, and, it's kind of strange that, in that tenure, they do kind of, I think, slip a little bit more of a overtime to Unity after, coming off of a very close game to Monty and Ent, right? I think they would like to get a very clean result, right? Put a very determining factor on this Mirage so that, they can go ahead and make the next step in this group, make their way to the playoffs here of the closed qualifier, and, make their way to the main event here, right? I mean, Zero Tenacity was part of plenty of these main events over in Series 2, Season 2. And I think that they would love to get their hands on a spot like that pretty easily to go once again, right? But I think that it's a Mirage that's going to be pretty interesting. I think for Unity that, this squad is very consistent on a map like this, where I think that you do have some interesting experience on this Mirage compared to some of their other outings. Just played a Mirage yesterday versus Jono, and obviously the bottom of this group got to absolutely kind of save the spot in which they were headed right before this. But at the same time, you do acknowledge where it is this Mirage that did find its way back in the other series. It has to be up for contention, probably that high, being the fact that you were going back and forth into an overtime that was 19-16. And Zero Tenacity, they get an initial look. They get that her preference over to the CT side for the second map here. Unity want to pull things together. Your Tenacity want to see that they remain apart. Ended on that CT side. On Nuke, let's see if they can finish it right now here in nice fashion. Again, right, we mentioned that Zero Tenacity has some serious experience on the line for some pretty impressive opponents. Brute Monster is going to get 2 through this window smoke. It's already looking bad, and it may just go worse. AVN going to find Purdy, and this B split is going to be absolutely ripped off. Gyofo is going to be forcing their IGL into a 1v5, and he almost just waves the white flag. He is ready to just go ahead and reset this round back to top middle. But where the hell is he off to? Brute Monster going to see him into T-spawn. Hears that through the wall. And boy, does he go far. No bomb. Just wants to try and extend this. Work a little bit of magic back in the way of Unity, but it is all fine alive for Zero Tenacity. And if, that's the job that we are off to the next stage of, then Unity better be ready to watch. I mean, Brute Monster there in middle, 2 through the smoke. I don't even want to know. But you're so far on 2 there. Full Glock down. No bomb plan out there for Unity, obviously. It was dropped on the catwalk. They seem to be headed in that B direction. In a bit of a walk. Though they do consider going down lower. As soon as those incendiaries do pop, get a bit of a boost here. They get a bit of a protocol. No, Brute Monster. Not to be the guy to check into this. I thought he was potentially about to hop out of the window there. And see into bottom middle a little bit. Potentially check into this underpass. But maybe back to the original scenes. Unity are going to go around the world with these Glocks. Potentially to an A appearance. That's where they will end up going. To each their own. Why rather it be quick if it doesn't need to be. Just like with the IGL's attempt at prolonging that pistol round defeat. Pal's going to be smoked out here from CT. Kyofo just on this jump spot as Nemanja in the sight sees these bodies that are going to be spilling out. Right, the awaiting commands of Nemanja, who goes ahead and gets 2 right out of that box. It's going to be an A1S recovered here by Kyofo. Zero Tenacity only have lost 1 member in 2 rounds. Here comes the big guns, though. Monster has scored 25 headshots in this tournament, 32 of his frags, 32% of them total. Can he hold this line? I mean, spamming and getting those headshots through window during that pistol round, really going to be something to obviously support that theory. Neofrag, oh, and the split from Unity may actually catch them off guard. This is your Tenacity side. Oh, but Neofrag, her dropping into Sandwich. Your Tenacity try and block off the rest of the site. Find what is exactly still outside of it. Get the lurk out. Smoke into jungle. One still on the top of Khan. And you're waiting for a bit more support in CT. Flashback by Nemanja. AVN will go ahead and look for those plays. Rather, Simkey. He has Neofrag in the corner, yet he's going to drop Unity. They take this A site and they hold on to it. Simkey with the kit on his back and finds an M4, but also finds the headshot. Beaming right back at him from Zarbert. Unity, they do well to get their first round on the board. They look a lot more comfortable on this Mirage, you can already tell. Your Tenacity will obviously quickly feel this catching up to them. One tank economically, and Unity, they prolonged those last couple of rounds. Here when it forces them to speed up, they are no stranger to it. 2-2. Now you get the guns back out for Zero Tenacity. Barely had to wait 45 seconds. Dude, we are just farming the brute monster fun facts right now. 20 opening round kills in this tournament. Who is this guy? Absolutely a brutal monster, as the name would suggest. He holds over in this ladder spot. Nobody out to taunt him like that yet. Neofrag with almost that second onto AVN. Crosshair right where it needed to be. Oh, but AVN, an adjustment right onto this player sneaking out of Palace. Woozy gets a double, matching AVN's trouble. Bomb to go down now at the hands of the 18-year-old Opper. Darber lurking into middle. All onto the young guns of Unity here. Of a Molotov deep to go ahead and fight. Simkey should have some inclination to the split approach in here by Unity at the moment. Darber to go all the way around to Palace with the plan. But Woozy's all over this, and Woozy with a 3K. He takes this round into his own hands and absolutely just rewrites the board. Unity right now, they got 3 rounds in a row where Zero Tenacity are going to be put on notice. This is beautiful work, right? We acknowledge that. I mean, like, it's a 13-3, but after the 13-5, they still had a good enough Mirage to take Zero Tenacity to overtime. I mean, they look about just as awake as you maybe would expect them to in any match. coming in as an underdog. Unity with a good couple in a row. Again against the pistols from Zero Tenacity. Let's see if they can't take this further. Even spams back from the safe side. Wanting to turn the peel here. Bring the peel up towards B. Players right around those pillars. Okay, you gotta be careful. You really gotta be careful. Be so careful. Those pistols, they were reaching.
Bomb has been planted.
Thank God Woozy was around and was just automatic. Already off to a 7-2 start, respected young man. Darber collects onto Brute Monster. Tofio. Excuse me. Waits around. Unfortunately receives it in the back end. Unity. Looking like they're certainly putting up a rhythm at this Mirage. Overtime that they presented versus Zero Tenacity previously. They now have their full set of rifles all the way out. Zero Tenacity even including Brute Monster in the conversation with his op. Can't quite make it back to ladder. A-site execute going to be on right away from this Unity squad. Stuck in the bomb site right now with AVN. Going to have to do a whole lot. Nemanja long range and Kyofo. They get two. Nemanja strikes for the first time from the site and already finds themselves in quite an advantage. You just have Darber fading the smoke here with the bomb attack. Does Darber go off of the Molotov being thrown? The answer, yes. Darber finding Kyofo, finding revenge. But it's just not enough. Zero Tenacity with a very big response leading up to immediate A execute. Staying behind that utility, staying behind those smokes. And they make it work. Five rifles out here by this Unity squad still. Be their last very big buy. Brute Monster was just forced off of the ladder play last round. Saving some of this athleticism to go for initially. Woozy. Pushed up as well. Zero Tenacity got plenty to fight for in middle right now. They take that space. Up behind the boxes. A Molotov cancels out any possibility of a player being there. The Brute Monster can hold a very nice line. Bomb going to be now finding its way into apartments on the back of Purdy. Attention on this middle control. Still attention on Brute Monster where this op is slamming off for the first time. A couple of players trying to make it happen through under. Getting boosted up into window is Neofrag, who just slips the net behind one player. I think Nemanja should have heard that jump up. Does, gets the headshot onto Neofrag. And now this B site going to be online. You know it. Oh, it just slams back up into Woozy. This op is going to be down right now. How do you actually carry on forward with this hit? It is just going to be so hard to get Brute Monster off of that position. It doesn't even hit Mouse 1. Had him right in the vein, but it will be Zero Tenacity shots to put the blood of Unity on the walls to stain. It's a 4-4. Zero Tenacity are back keeping pace. And this just 1-2 is so impressive. Even back onto Darber. Just on the pixel angle. Holding into apartments right back. Mixed bag. But down to 2K, they get the best buy that Unity can provide. The A site lead. Even Fida, you see the reaching back over some sort of lurk. Makes a dink on Joker right now. Xavier, he is just going to be moving this just around the turntable. Gets 3 right out of that position. Just automatic for these Zero Tenacity players right now. Nades go through and look to be right on par. Darber will survive for another moment. On 30 health, how long is that time? Another nade to go through, and it's right on par into the green, and a hole in one for Brute Monster. They've got a whole lot of momentum streaking off now. It's about time for Unity to call a timeout. Find a call that's going to work. Out of that timeout, in quite a close game that has seen Zero Tenacity ripping back, Unity have got to find a card to pull, one play to call, sort of shut all of this momentum out of Zero Tenacity's system, pump it back their way. It's constantly been this back and forth, sort of at the beginning of this unit. Familiar territory. Brute Monster holding from top connector. Unity approaches with a top smoke. It's an easy first play. Brute Monster is just in impeccable form at the moment. There's a nade to just try and open up window. No check there. Two players will take their providing space at A out of this A ramp. Frag. This is not the player that you want to approach back on the catwalk. Turns out AVN will actually best him this time. Holding for the top of the stairs, 30 to get a good kill, and now you're just matched by Kyofo. Almost caught on the jump. Darber coming late into Cat again. Brute Monster, what a great angle. Darber with a converted kill, though. And this may just break the timing here, especially with the Opper located exactly where Woozy happens to be. Identified and spotted as Brute Monster. He is going to be trotted right out of this thing. Gyofo just remains patient CT. Trying to spam out against this ladder play. It's a bomb in the back of Woozy. Considers going for the deep clear. Simkey finds his way into jungle, trying to get a spam onto the bomb planter. Kyofo is successful. Still, though, 40-second timer is going to be starting. And now Simkey, he just knows. See you later, Darber, and he is out. Shipped off at the harbor. Kyofo gets this defuse down, and Zero Tenacity. In every sort of concept, that as much confidence to really hang on the rim. A nade that is really inevitable. I feel like I even felt Darber pull out his knife right there and just accept his fate. Kyofo finds a great couple of spams there. The Iron Giant of this A site. Impenetrable in that defense late round. Manya going for this entry play. Clears out the A ramp. Nobody home there. That'd be so far as was. Refreshes the smoke. And Brute Monster holding very, very far. Just going to be having a very close miss. AVN still around that same cut. A smoke to go ahead and refresh this. AVN, he's always up for a challenge. Pressure will never stand in the way, but bullets do. Bullets absolutely do. Nemanja from the site is successful. Another boost attempt into window by Neofrag. Nemanja was all over it last time. Needs to be again. Oh, just gonna be streaking past them. Sees Kyofo, but is caught by Nemanja. At some point, it's done. A 3v3, a tough pill to swallow. It's not ibuprofen, but it'll make the headache go away soon, because Brute Monster will not even let you live to feel that pain. This man is 13-5 through this first half. Zero Tenacity are absolutely putting a waxing on this Mirage, as we so wished. This was something they needed an answer to. And they are just providing it themselves, locking down on all of the hope that Unity put into this matchup from the previous overtime at the beginning of this game, and are in dangerous territory for being shoved out of the first end of this close qualifier. Holds, got another huge kill. Purdy and Neofrag, they are disrespectful. Yes, they are just going to be ripping up Connector. They don't want this round to go as the previous. Anasio far, Garber is everywhere, and now AVN stabs through. Needed to get that 2v2. Needed to get that trade right down. Purdy with the headshot. All down to the A anchor. Purdy wanting to reach a little bit farther, now makes the contact, and it is identified. Not enough grenade. Right on top of Purdy. That is going to spook him. Yofo, considering going full stick play, has to go for a bit of a pre-fire. Can't do it. It will be the 5th round found by Unity to catch themselves where they fully hit the ground in that first half. Your Tenacity won both of those pistols back on Nuke. Bastion was excellent. I mean, even more bolstering at the beginning of this Mirage. Remember Brute Monster and Window. There they get to carry over the baton actually on that defense. And we'll see what Unity, the squad that picked into this Mirage in the first place, is going to have protocol-wise on that wit end. Outside with the P250. Dooley is to just try and match that. They do. Now go and hunt for it some more. My goodness. I mean, they immediately meet their prey. And there's not even a waiting game. Purdy still sticks around. Oh my gosh. Killflow just destroyed. A bit of a swift kill by Purdy. Post plant secured by Zero Tenacity, and Brute Monster posted up in jungle. Simkey in ladder. It's going to be so hard to rotate in to retake this bomb site as there's already a quarter off. Unity challenge through ladder. Can't even get off of Cat entirely. Last player to reign in from CC. Tries to put a bomb up in smoke. Zero Tenacity, that put Unity up in that same conversation. There's that next pistol, 100% shooting in the series on that margin. And that's really hard to argue with. My God. Full pistol check out by Unity now. No big setup particularly. Sort of just all galvanized around this B spot. Still have not made this big move yet. I'll send it. least in between. Unfortunately, where Unity have incorrectly placed themselves. It's taking a bit of time. Tenacity could find their way to 9 right now, but they may just speed it up. Brute Monster. It's set up to go for it. Blast it up north goes. They go ahead and swing in and out. Simkey, AVN and Brute Monster take care of business. And the IGL of this Unity squad just goes ahead and watches the slaughter alongside him, and it is just a very impressive. Big headshot picked up. That's through Kyofo's end. 5 alive out of 0 tenacity. That's, of course, where you want to see that put up against the USPs, but they are 4 rounds away from putting themselves into the next part of this closed qualifier to find themselves into the main event, into the official play-in stage, right? Where they need to move. Already be joining a lot of great teams. Already will be joining Fotbet, Amcal, Rushmi, and Sashi. Obviously, Amcal out of this very spot. Neofrag with a great shot onto Kyofo. Nomandi just absolutely nails Darber. Your Tenacity trying for something out of this A end, rather the B. Just gets gunned down. Jungle play. If that kill connects, then you might start to question. Brute Monster, 1v4. Immediately try for a bomb plant here, and actually could have likely gotten that down. Has the respect to do so, but just may not have the room anymore. Trying to survive. Let's see if he can put himself on a pedestal with this Galil can for another 1v1, and you know, there's that concern now. Another 1v1 taken, and it's Neofrag. That will just cook him. Fried on that default play. Unity, they have their first CT-sided round. It was an overtime that they forced fire. Unity know to never give up. This is their map pick. I think our HUD does say otherwise, but that's just a little bit of a mistake. All good. Op on Brute Monster. The A site in thoughts of this Euro Tenacity lineup. Palace pop. Bring them double digits. Comes the nades to do it. Send it down on the course. Birdie still below. 9 officially waiting. Birdie trying to make a difference here. Birdie making a big difference right now. Finally meets his maker because of that Molotov. Properly placed for a reason. None other is Neofrag flirting with the smoke. What is the next play? He actually does get this out, and Neofrag still finding this player, throwing a flash out to kill and turn some attention back towards the middle. And Woozy does find it. This should be Unity getting 7. Brute Monster's going to be on the run. Does have the bomb, so can go for the entire play. That's what's true about this one. See over into the apartments. Woozy with an inclination as to where his opposing opper's just going to be feeling his way out. Maybe a bomb plant out here for 0 Tenacity. Whole squad going to be heading over here towards this B site. Does end up getting the bomb down here. Brute Monster for 0 Tenacity and a 1v3. Has to quickly respond to this flank. Should be caught out, and is. Lucy gets this ending frag and gets the opener to what could be the rest of the game for Unity, right? 3 alive and up. They have a couple down below them now. You can start to call it a bit of a foundation. Huge play by Purdy there to be mobile on the ladder enough to go ahead and be successful for both of those kills. Tenacity's pistols go ahead and give it a shot. Invite them in with opening arms. Thought they were going to be sending it right down the drain, but Fita just is so comfortable. Nemanja holding with a long-range deagle. Oh my god! Don't you test this, man. Darber is gone as well. Zero Tenacity is going to be out on this B site. Brute Monster puts the bomb down, and they've got a couple of guns to go ahead and use. Holding long range at the top. It can't be the Glocks, that 510. That's not how this thing is supposed to go. We're supposed to. Strength in numbers. Strength in this bench play. Strength in the flank. Simki, speed it up. 1, and then 2 from Simki. He paints the market with the blood of unity. Embarrassed. Shoved out of their sight. With pistols from Zero Tenacity. That's how they find double digits. If there's anything to be poetic about this series, it's how that last round went. Even Zero Tenacity, when the answers have been needed, they raise their hand high. They respond to any concern with pride. Nemanja opening kill. Brute Monster opening kill. Nemanja goes for a double. This is all with this one saved AK out of Neofrag, who I am certain is going to be able to maybe pull together 1 or 2 more kills, but pulling together the whole round, I'm afraid that's going to be impossible. Though the bomb is very close. And they're very concerned about this. Haven't went in and gotten that information yet. Now Darber's seen it. Darber's just seen that bomb get out. Everything would tell him that. AVN going to be pushed all the way through. Rather, that's a Brute Monster that's going to be there in market. Molly goes down on Cat. 11 rounds for Zero Tenacity. It's just going to take 40 more seconds for this save to happen. And Unity are going to have to really pull together something in the next. Zero Tenacity are just putting this one together. They are looking like they cannot be stopped. It's that Inferno that we were potentially hoping to get up in the last, but unfortunately I'm not too certain you're going to be getting that today. One round play.
Terrorists win.
12 territory here. Zero Tenacity in a 4v2. Slows patiently. Brute Monster, the MVP, walking out of this series today. I mean, I don't even really have to have a huge conversation about it. Just within the flashiest of plays. But this is really looking like Zero Tenacity in some of their best form. They're really hitting on every dime at the moment. Birdie has done very well and responsible for opening kills, several entries throughout these last couple of series that he has played. And unfortunately will not be enough right now. Unless they want to stand to it. Zero Tenacity need 1 and then a second more to make this their 2-0 victory. Have heard the sign of a flashy offer is the blade he carries with him. I'm looking full eye into apartments right now to try and catch that off. He does see an arm and Woozy. Snake doesn't like a B. He's also holding on to the same side. The kill Neofo puts it up online. Bomb dropped. AVN in a 1v4 now. Zero Tenacity with a bold defensive round. Of everything they need to survive into the next economically. Zero Tenacity. AVN may get caught here with the investigation, though. Pretty sure AVN has been impatient for anything to walk into his crosshairs in those 40 seconds. We'll see if he can just survive within that time. Honestly, Unity do not have the, numbers, the bodies, the money. Go ahead and throw to take this last player down. It would be kind of too high of a risk for kill that would essentially be meaningless. Zero Tenacity are going to be getting a very nice buy up in round 20, regardless. AVN does find himself with an op at the feet.
Counter-terrorists win.
Very nice bonus. I do get a little bit of an inkling on that, where Brute Monster left it. I hear the rotation. Good round by Neofrag. But an even better round right now that Unity are going to have to put up here with a couple in a row. This one would force Zero Tenacity into some really awkward territory. Neofrag with a great headshot. Now here goes a nade. It's going to be sliding up. No answer fully. But again, it's with Unity's opening kill that they are going to be pummeling on. More often than not, these have fallen their direction after the first domino is gone. From Zero Tenacity as well. Nemanja walks this up on his lonesome. There he's on. Garble, 14 frags. An automatic from this point. Spec back on the draw, but he gets nothing. But he sets up Neofrag to get two. All down to a low HP Nemanja. And Purdy gets him long range. Unity, they just posted a huge result right now. They are going to be able to muster 3 in a row likely. Find double digits for themselves. And now you really have a concern about this Mirage. Zero Tenacity standing in this ring, waiting for a knockout punch. And they're just going to need to deliver it themselves eventually. Last time they were on pistols, though, it went real well. Brew Monster could go and spar with the scout right now. Doesn't get the look back. Who'd want to see into that risk? Not me. He does walk it up. Maybe even a little boost in the window. Unity seemed so interested in going for those, just running it up, trying to overpower Neofrag. There is no overwhelming, overpowering Neofrag, neither Darber. Simkey fading right in the smoke. Just seen a barrel. And he gets it down clean. Double digits for Unity now. Zero Tenacity fans punch their cases back home. This one feeling like it was supposed to be done a long time ago. Been opening kills by Unity that have set up all of these rounds. Seems simple when you point it out to that point. They've gotten better on almost every margin. A little bit more unpredictable they have grown. Teasing this middle play. A couple of players already stocked up into upper B. Zero Tenacity, they play the long game and trying to clear out middle here. They need an opening kill so badly. But we'll see if Unity can successfully play in this same sort of mindset without the opening kill. Scratch that because they just got it. Not even going to attempt that question. Not even going to acknowledge it. Nemanja just went down. He's in trade territory. The Purdy isn't going to be able to respond. He's Molotov off from Connector. Now a B play is going to be up on the charts. Tucked into jail right now. The IPL needs one big play for his squad to make it happen. And he's got two big plays out of that corner. A 2v5 now, and Unity are ready to tie the game versus Zero Tenacity if they can hold on to this. 40 seconds. And Kyofo ducks around this van. Even sprayed out from long range. Purdy finally gets that trade onto the body now. Kyofo stuck in this van. Kyofo, that's a hot hand either way. 2 health into the 50 cal. Is Unity going to be bringing us to a tied game? Need a timeout right now from that Zero Tenacity squad. This thing has come back at them oh so fast. And now economically, they are going to be in the dumps. It's going to require an overtime potentially. Somebody pinch me. It could be a little bit of deja vu here today. Freeze time to end. Zero Tenacity. What are they going to be able to bargain with here? A couple of pistols. Honestly, a pretty decent amount of nades. 3 sets of Kevlar. Done more with less. And to say sight where the Hopper's going to go ahead and start. A lot of pressure on these fellas to begin with. Kyofo, Incendiary Molly, right on top of the Hopper. AVN going to be caught crawling out with Simki. Nemanja up with the Deagles. Not like this. This is not how it's supposed to go at all. Unity have deserved and earned this respect. Don't let it drop on the pistols now. What's their next move? Trying to make this jump over. Darber can hear it. They're just hunting down the player. Kyofo gets that second shot. It's a 1 versus 3 for Woozy now. They just find themselves up the golden ladder. Unity realize it gets real slippy at the top. We'll see if the 18-year-old Hopper has a clutch to hold off all of Zero Tenacity, but they won't. It's the Deagles that have the approach, and they get it down. It's 12, and the timeout off of it. The success makes the difference, and why not call up your last timeout to make sure you can send this off successfully? They want to avoid overtime, though this thing long dwindled. Needing the effort, long time from Zero Tenacity, needing to reach deep into the bag, deep into the Deagle bag. They got it done. Unity do not want to go out without this overtime, however. They need this little bit of comfort. They do so desperately need this little bit of land. Put themselves in overtime. Try their hand at it again. Within this Unity play, heavily towards B. Our Zero Tenacity. Need the knockout like we were talking about. Oh my gosh, they just got the timing onto Darber. He floats away. AVN wanted to go for the swing. They get a flash in it. But Woozy, these Darber just fluck away. The rest of the flock here towards A, even a player left in jungle. Nemanja is going to be checking for a very long boost. Here, Tenacity have waited a long time now. Down 40 seconds out of this round, waiting for this smoke to clear. Now they get it all the way out. One player at Catwalk. Unity needs to defend this site themselves within this Mirage. AVN with an opener, but now Lucy's going to have to do a lot more from long range. Darver can't find a kill within his risk. Stay alive. They keep this time on the board. Nemanja doesn't acknowledge the flank. Nemanja might be on one himself. These two players going to meet at TV room right now. Brute Monster. A little bit of support if he needs. Nemanja with a huge kill. Nemanja is going to be challenged twice. That's by Neofrag on the way down, who may be so far away. This bomb halfway ticked, and now is needing to gallop back in the direction of the B site. A smoke that is going to find its way in. Neofrag, how does he get shifty? He gets real shifty! And Unity, as this time ticks down, by the skin of their teeth, are going to be kicking the door down into overtime. We keep going on this Mirage.
Terrorists win.
They get lackadaisical. They think they have it down. They get those kills over at TV room, and it has to be heroic efforts from the site now. Neofrag with a huge kill. Barreling through the smoke never seems like a good idea, but the deja vu is correct. We go to overtime again. It's Zero Tenacity are going to have to survive and just cut off the neck. So, Unity cannot find a way back next time. Do get a bit of a breather, right? You absolutely need it before this OT to come in and bleed all the energy out of you. But they certainly deserve it. We actually may be in a bit of a tech right now. Just one little problem. Make sure everybody is ready to go into this overtime. We can take a second. Even we get a breather on the desk. Doesn't that sound great? (13-3) on our first map of Mirage. They kept all the gas in the tank for the back end of this, clearly. Mirage dearly put into an OT again. Last time it was a victory out for Zero Tenacity. 19-16, if I do recall correctly. Seems like we will be carrying on now. Freeze time unpaused. Zero Tenacity, can they survive into overtime again? Thought it was all done and dusted with that pistol. Hell, Inferno is definitely in the conversation now. Unity, they want to take the revenge in this series. They need it so badly. Honestly, they need this opportunity way more than Zero Tenacity to, right? They're the underdogs in this situation. And to honestly burn too close to overtime again and then come out unsuccessfully 2 times in a row would just be so painful. Simkey is automatic on 230. And Brute Monster is found in Woozy. Already count 13 finding the way of Zero Tenacity because this is a beatdown. AVN to clear this. It is the IGL that is successful on that end. Knowing that the B site is controlled. How does Zero Tenacity move this quickly over to the A site? It's the bomb in the back of Brute Monster now. They give them the respect. Actually have just a bit of place to save, a bit of a time to recollect after this first round of overtime. If I am correct, it was Woozy that had that AWP. It seems to me you're sitting at 12.5k overtime. You need to keep track of this money. And for that same conversation, that is why it is so important to get these hunts down. Even if it's one rifle, it's going to make a huge difference. Zero Tenacity. They find 13 rounds, but it takes them a little bit longer than it originally planned to. It's their first round in overtime. That 13 is going to mean on the board right now, but so aggressive in their opening fights in this round. No room to save and stay. Monster will head passionately in a direction again. Find an opening kill. That'll be towards B. Wants to find this opening play onto the awaiting jump spotting player. Pushed in front of this utility. Here goes the smoke a little bit quicker, and oh my gosh. The monster was looking like he was interested in just ignoring that. No opening kill. That's so rather quick from Zero Tenacity. Molotov onto the catwalk. Forcing back the help from Darber. Flashed in. Darber dodges. And he succeeds. If it can't go on ladder, if it can't go on cat, it's gotta happen here on con. Perfect spot here by Neofrag. He cuts off this connector position. They just keep plucking one from the find, one at a time. Two players left in the middle now to take their 1v1s when they are pleased to do so. And a quick miss there by Brute Monster. So close. Yet so far. The rest of this conversation, 5 alive, out of Unity. We're keeping track of the overtime money, and this is a way to recover it. Obviously, didn't even drop anything. We're gonna be able to run this thing back comfortably as they would like and potentially force themselves to an advantage as the half changes. I mean, I want to have a lot of praise for Darber coming out of this game. Darber coming over just at 20 years old from Gamer Legion Academy is looking like one of the most sound players within the protocols of their regular CT rounds. I mean, it's just so self-sufficient as a catwalk player, right? Praise to Purdy for just being as self-sufficient. And that's where the strength of Unity is showing. It's in his youth right now. Good gameplay for Zero Tenacity. Darber and Neofrag. Right around that jungle smoke. Zero Tenacity. They throw out a whole lot before they start taking space on this A site. Smoke are just going to be dwindled. He wraps those together. Now that the smokes have cleared, they have to test, they have to wonder if they have actually disappeared. The answer is no. Brute Monster with the kill. That is so important from the Manya. But they still haven't moved it up. There's still 50 seconds left, and they have not made a move. Nate's going far. Darber right around that corner is not going to be within that deadly distance. Got to take these fights, though. No, not even facing him. Now it does. Kyofo. Trigger man. And he is. Send the Manya in for a second, in for the finisher in the 14th. Woozy in a 1v3. All right. Nade right on top of AVN. That's a start. Player 50 health. Throwing away that op because why not? An M4 that was waiting there, oh so precious. Let's pick it up. see if he can send it in. 14 awaiting, about to be delivered here from the off angle out of Simkey. 14 rounds, and it's zero tenacity. That will keep that advantage up. When it's a lead, it is theirs. But they're still going into overtime, and they've got to climb a couple more floors before they're fully at the top of this series. Just as a group, when the game gets so deep, sometimes you really just have to play well together. Muscle out those terms. Nemanja with some huge kills there, converting that CT ticket member. Right, that spot is bangable. We all need to realize that you're never safe, even right at the back of that corner. Zero tenacity, we spoke about it, how much a CCT opportunity like this would mean to them. You know they want to get back into these main events permanently. Boost the VRS to incline that invite. 2 rounds away from putting this out here. We've said that a couple of times here today. Smoke goes down in the window. Monster to go ahead and go on his crawl. Op is out and is already spotting into middle. Can't find that opening frag. Frag is going to be the head of the spear with Vita that are just going to be running it up. There's 2 players on this catwalk position right around the corner. It's a smoke down. He's just going to try and play with it. He knows he's about to be exposed. So Nemanja and Kyofo ready for a play like this. Look at where Purdy has gotten out. Nemanja with another huge kill. If Nemanja can find this lurking A player right now, I just wouldn't know what to say. Purdy thankfully going to have to keep me from getting that worried. Simkey is ready for this push. Woozy, the highest aspen yet. One of the lowest swings from zero tenacity. What they have to deal with. This would be a low moment in the series if it would falter. Woozy, 2-1-1s. They are bested, but it's Brute Monster. The entire series has been tested. You know he is actually yet to be defeated. It's a 15 for zero tenacity. They go into overtime as far as they need to, and they are certainly right next to the exit. The light at the end of the tunnel is shining on their face now. They have got to put down overtime while their own terms are still on the table. Unity with such heart. Strong Mirage that you know they post up for. And a gracious performance right here. Dipping in and out. Brute Monster, 2 opening kills. Nemanja and Co. They just keep skating downhill. They flash themselves in the middle to take these fights. They never stop pushing. Does that concern them? Lucy gets a kill back onto Simkey. Kyofo has Fine Purdy now. And it's a 2 versus 3. Neil Frag next to his young gun that have spent today really grinding to the back of the stone to make it through Group C. Will be zero tenacity if they can convert this. Smoke down onto E-Box, and that would just mean trouble. Even a nade that goes onto the head of Woozy. But now the clip of AVN will be considered as well. Zero tenacity, a 2-0 over Unity, and they're going to be finding the 2nd spot out of Group C here in the Series 1 Europe Closed Qualifier. Here in Season 3 is CCT. Zero tenacity, this is how they start their journey within the new season. As we spoke about, it's through those grinds. It's through the pit that they need to get out of, right? I mean, that's been the whole motto of this roster, is to keep grinding, right? And here they got to get these victories to boost up their VRS, right? They're a team that is no stranger to the closed qualifiers here, so they're comfortable in positions like this to just go ahead and deal out those blows that are honestly going to be pretty painful. And for Zero Tenacity to do it twice to Unity in that fashion, right, on both ends, that's going to be something to talk about, right? That Mirage is seriously going to be up up in the conversation for that zero tenacity crew. That doesn't happen to be one of their best, but I mean, Unity stood the test 2 times in a row and delivered overtime to zero tenacity. That's worth some respect, but unfortunately couldn't stand so tall in those vetoes, right? And you do get, excuse me, that respect back for that Mirage victory, even within the face of that stress. Overtime victories 2 times in a row from that zero tenacity. Obviously they would prefer it to be cleaner, but you know, they'll take it any way they can get it. Goodness gracious me. That was a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen, but we're not done. We are certainly not done yet. Not even close. We have one more second place group decider to happen just here in, from what it looks to be, about an hour's time. We have SABRE going to be taking on Team Next Level out here for that last spot. The team that won Level Up Lund. I've heard a lot about them, even coming over to my way of North America, you know, winning over Ninjas in Pajamas and a couple other good teams at that local LAN, and 3 maps no less. And a lot of those conversations, I'm really excited to see TNL as they look to embark on, you know, a couple of these European tournaments and start on the next part of their, you know, online. I would say it's sort of been a massacre so far, but sort of keeping on with their campaign currently as it has been. But like I said, do have that last series of our day just in about an hour's time. So on our end, on the production end, we're going to take a bit of a break and meet you back here with TNL and SABRE ready to bring it out for you. Don't go far. We got that Counter-Strike action. I know there's some other great series happening around, so maybe a little bit of a break is necessary. Everybody, we will be right back. Well, we got one more best of 3 on the hands for our afternoon. We hit at the end of our close qualifier, setting up the playoffs for this thing to find out who's going to take these slots. But before that, we got to find out who's exactly going to be taking this second spot out of Group D. It's been a bloodbath over here. It really has been here through the Series 1 closed qualifier here in Season 3. It's getting a little bit crazy, especially when you have a unit with FABRE, you have SABRE, and you have TNL. And especially TNL that's, kind of taken a bit of a beat down in this a little bit. So it was versus FABRE yesterday that they have had a close series, and that did unfortunately result in a loss. Obviously, at the bottom of this unit, you're going to be seeing Delta. They're out of this thing. They went 0-2 at the bottom of the group right there, but you are going to be seeing a very quality matchup here. I think TNL is, like I mentioned coming into the break, is a team that's received some international attention recently. They've been to some local lands around the way and actually won Level Up Lund, which has been a pretty interesting feat for how we know lands to be so far affecting the story in the VRS, right? We know it to be so important, and they beat Ninjas in Pajamas in 3 maps. They beat Johnny Speeds in 3 maps, and they beat 9 in the grand final 2-0. That ought to get this young squad 33 now in the VRS some respect, especially considering their IGL and Opta score on it and Flitterax are going to be 19 and 20 years old, right? So, I mean, the Ukrainian squad has been putting out some really great international play in terms of where it's boosted them to, go ahead and get invited to the closed qualifier stages of tournaments just like this. But you do have a little bit more experience. We have Niffy on the back end, who was on Bitera and on Kono, and then joined in January 2025, transferred from that Kono roster. And so it's honestly been a pretty interesting look. TNL obviously catching my eye as one of the more competitive teams. I think even the highest ranked team technically within the close qualifiers here. So, I mean, I'm ready to see him kick it and rip it today. Obviously, a loss here would be a massive upset to a team that, is really looking to make it into a full CCT event, just like we talked about with our previous 2 squads today, right? Just straight up in the other part of Group C, just knowing how much Unity and Zero Tenacity were grinding for a spot like that. The storylines that we follow with Zero Tenacity season in and season out with the Tier 2 squad being one of the most pretty iconic grinders within the scene, for lack of a better term. They've been working for it. TNL just as much within that conversation, but a team that I don't know just as much about. Let's take a look at this other side, and a team that has obviously put some surprises up. Haven't seen TNL versus SABRE yet, but I mean, look at these names, right? It will be some guys that you aren't so familiar with, but you will be familiar with maybe the name, with maybe the core, maybe from Nevermore. I don't mean to introduce them with a rhyme, but right, it is that core over from Nevermore that was made with Jackass, Hoodix, and Niter up there. So it is a pretty interesting squad. And then you add Semvi and Fake Reality, cool name, on the back end. Had some time on Laser Cats, Nature with Semvi, actually. So that's going to be a good relink over here. Fake Reality played for Dragon EC for a little while, but the 19-year-old is looking to get a good go with a team that obviously comes together with a core. Obviously, that's very important in today, right? I don't need to, get on that spiel, sort of going with the VRS again. But, you add some young talent, that's going to be pretty interesting for you. But obviously you have some pretty poignant minds on the other side that would like this spot and, maybe want it a little bit better than you. So I think a series is going to be pretty interesting, especially when coming down to the fact that, I mean, TNL are hot on the iron here, when considering especially where they stand kind of internationally with those rankings, like we talked about, like in other tournaments. I mean, they've beat teams like Partizan, like Metasport, who just made the major, right? Ecstatic, Passion UA, or actually they faltered to Passion UA, but you get the point, right? They are actually putting up really great scenes under their belts. We talked about their Level Up Lund victory. I'm excited to see this pair return online. And in my prep for this team, I noticed that they had played with a previous player named Merle over on that Nevermore roster, or right before, excuse me, Dash, before they were picked up onto TNL, right? I mean, there's been a couple of names come in and out of that unit, just particularly on that TNL squad. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can punch their ticket here, especially when considering that they lost to another Ukrainian team yesterday, right? FobBet that, knows them particularly well, right? You have to wonder where exactly this type of veto is going to be getting off on that same foot, right? SABRE is a team that they haven't exactly played on an HLTV official, but you have to wonder where exactly this is going to go. And that's exactly because, right, I mean, most of that is on that Nevermore spot. You have to be aware of other things within these scenes, but obviously the head-to-head, right? You look at Karnai on that one side, you look at Nidar on the other, and you wonder how these guys are going to actually spill into this. I wonder if they're going to be able to keep up this level of play from the young guns on TNL, because, I mean, as good as a good online run, I believe it was in another online tournament. Yeah, the Galaxy Battle Phase 1. It was TNL that went out in second place in that grand final. I aforementioned a Passion UA, but, like, I mean, quality wins along that way, right? We talk about what's going on land, as I mentioned. I wonder if they're going to be able to punch their ticket here, right? And so much a territory where they're a little bit less experienced, right? We get into the conversation as to, where the heck Zero Tenacity have been in this last year, right? It's been right here. It's been grinding in the tier 2, whereas, right, I mean, new units can go and pop off at a tournament, really get a higher ranking, even if they haven't been together for as long, haven't attended as many events. And that's where, the concern may come in for Team Next Level, which is actually what TNL means, which I think is pretty cool. Shout out to them. We can move on, especially to where we are going to be getting off on this path. And ladies and gentlemen, I have been patiently waiting for it. SABRE, they're going to be picking into a train right now. TNL will get that shot on the CT side. I've been loving seeing that come down the pipeline. Here in the tier 2 in Europe, I've been starting to see that come my way within a couple of these close qualifier games and other series just within the realm to get that through. The TNL pick will be that Anubis, and that's going to be an interesting scene for them. We like their Anubis out there with a couple more of those slots, but it's, not usually one that is too often of a pick with them, with some of the kind of more heavier favorites kind of picked out initially. Obviously, the kind of challenge of that Inferno is going to be especially interesting. It seems like TNL may be the team. They especially banned that versus FobBet the other day, but you get those out here. It's that Mirage taken out late and that Dust 2 to kind of cut back just as deep. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see where that gets down, especially where SABRE aren't able to, really convert into any of the trains that they've played. It should be a good fight either way. I think that it will be a TNL 1-2 look, right? We just got out of a series where it was the more experienced side that had the, Gracer map pool. And that was obviously a large reason into why that did go the way of Zero Tenacity in that direction. But here with the train Anubis 1-2, this may be good enough territory. Anubis, honestly, more of the concern here rather than train. If we're just straight up talking for, TNL's point of view, some of their Anubises haven't been the prettiest in terms of conversion percentage, but, have been, closer games to teams like FobBet, like we just talked about, who they played just yesterday. So I'm ready to see if they can turn that alley up and actually convert here, where that's going to be their pick into the series. So we know that TNL obviously had that shaky result to, familiar Ukrainian foe just yesterday. Wondering if within the same scene today, they are going to be caught on the same ice. That is the question between TNL today and SABRE, who would love to punch their ticket into the back end to get the second spot out of Group D. That would be the ultimate goal. Obviously, you do see that it is that ancient, right? You can touch on that so far as a third, and I honestly think that that would be, you know, quite a delightful third map to go ahead and jest off to, but it's TNL actually do get that T-sided start. Okay, I think we may have had some vetoes maybe in reverse. I think it was the pick by TNL, SABRE to pick on that CT side, and then Anubis the pick of SABRE after. I think that would actually make more sense for the research that I have pointed to. Here they reach this further. TNL into Brown Halls. They go oh so quick with the pop dog play. Audible about it. We're ready to just pop, get this guy down. Waiting so patiently. And now seeing that Molotov hit right off, Zemby is going to have a awfully hard time here getting this going with these dualies. But look at that flank automatic by SABRE. This is just going to be nightmare fuel of fake reality. They have been so forced to appear. 2 kills out of his end and 3 out of the A-site rotator. Nature are going to be getting so much impact there early. Instant shots, instant executes. And SABRE, that's how they open up their opponent's map pick. TNL, of course, no conversion on the bomb plant, so they may go a little bit faster to flush this one out, but no point in not actually throwing in these dice, no point in not trying. 250 to lie it down. Just right around that corner. And bounce back and forth on this. One Glock to make the contact. The FAMASs are rattling off elsewhere. Deep T-con control. There, nice stab, and he's gonna get 2 out of it. Farming already. Fake reality. This is the FAMAS we were talking about rattling. Now the coordinated swing. SABRE. They're looking good. Onyx is going to be pretty successful on that so far. On the CT side, they get 2 in a row. Again, not a bomb plant. Saw you at least reach for the AK pretty quickly there. They just close down Ivy. We'll see exactly what TNL are going to be up to. Onyx, their caller, is 20 years old. Had a brief stint playing over in CSGO. But really, this is, or came out to play. Incarnate opens up on the A site, has 2. Here comes their Opper. Reaching around, it's an instant headshot that's converted. Reality around the corner is actually now spotted. It's looking to be all TNL all day. All Sevi all alone. Call it a bonus round, call it what you want. A win either way for TNL. Unless Sevi just has something insane here. Hit on his back. The MP9, gotta get down here quietly, does. May decide to actually save out with what he does have allotted to him, which is his respect. He can't fight down every single angle. 20 health of Fillerax is going to have to really treat that one well. TNL, they go ahead and put in a second, rather their first. So they seem to be in a fighting mood today. I think the most interesting little article came out today. Honestly, it should be no surprise to anyone, but I believe the number was from matchmaking, right? That train was most played map. We like new things, Valve. We like new shiny things. The cash will come soon. Though I'm not the biggest prominent cash user. Or new equals good, essentially. In some cases. I'd played some 10-mans on the team. It's looking pretty promising. Another B site. TNL going down. If he's going to be opening this site up and sending it down the lane, aforementioned most experienced side of TNL had significant playing experience right then. But oh my gosh. What a call from SABRE to just back off and immediately save from a really clean Team Next Level execute on this B side. They're going to be right in T-spawn. There is no worry about any of this. I mean, right outside of Ivy, essentially, you should be sacrificing your rifle.
Terrorists win.
That's a huge one actually caught peeking out of T-Con. The M4 is recovered. I don't think anybody's going to be stressing the town from Moss. However, tie game, SABRE essentially gets to run back 3/5 of a rifle round, right? I wonder if they do force in with the 5.7 in armor, but they do not. They essentially reset their economy, keeping 2K per player, which, from where I'm sitting, happens to be the wise decision. Lots of attention poured towards Ivy early. There seems to be. That's the theme. Here it goes. That A1S that was recovered in the end times. The A1S out here to sprawl. The USP to push it down. Hotex gets to try at a pretty long flank attempt, all things considered. But a 1v4, likely no saving this rifle. Out of all the shenanigans that did just dip right down at this very spot. There's no bomb plant by yet. Die not gonna find his site. Maybe is a way to make a trade, and we'll get a little bit of a bonus in the end. Not really. Either way, TNL will be satisfied with it. 3 players survive. Would have gotten a little bit concerning if Dai did lose the 1v1 there, but, you know, if what ifs are my concerns at this point, that I think we'll be okay. I think TNL will be. Serve a quick face over to Ivy, and a pretty fast one out over to Olaf, so trying to spray into hell is gonna immediately rip into a consequence. Down the smoke. I think reality goes down. This MP9 is going to be online from Old Bomb. Dai catches up with you every time. And you have just plucked 2 members out of the back end of this A site, right? We're expecting one more player rotate in around the end bomb. On that train. One player to Z. Another right here is the T-Con player, the one that should have been alive the entire time. They're just really makes a difference. Die down to 1-3. He has done a whole lot of work so far, then his second. Onyx right next to this. 37 seconds. He just spotted him. Not sure he's now on the hot seat, but okay. Put on his butt is die. Up down, going to be up for TNL. Finally, you do get a little bit of life from SABRE. TNL decides to get really active very early, give up on the call, go back, and get punished by the old Lynx. A 3-3 scoreline. SABRE start on the defense. Certainly take an aggressive fight, but a good pickup there at a T-Con. It's a really hard fight to win. TNL will now be up a member at another 30-second mark. Walking up, and oh, just such a close miss. Hodix gonna be away like a criminal for now. Oh, but does he get greedy? Does he overstay his welcome? There was the player just on the rotation back from Pop Dog. May try and just mask a little bit of revenge right now. A 4v4 and some utility poured out towards A. A Z-smoke onto the bomb train. A flash to mask. It's just Die that's gonna really go and show face here. Rather Onyx from T-Con. Die does find space in Brown Halls. Fake reality goes down the big site. Now from Cloud. Hellfire rained down, but they actually catch up with him. And there's Z-Smoke on the other side. He's going to be standing for a whole hell of a lot right now. Trying to win the close range engagement, and you would think the AK headshot would just confirm that. But now it's a 1-2-3 for Nippy. He just stays and has to go ahead and swift back to the flank, but catch up with them at the end of the day, and SABRE take the lead back at the beginning of Train.
Counter-terrorists win.
TNL being toyed with. Puddix took down 3 chickens in this tournament. Will they kill another today? Dude, I'm loving these insights powered by Grid. This has been a great addition. I hope we have this all season. This is amazing. That's a hard-hitting factoid for you right at home. Pay attention to that. Actually, there aren't trains on this map, are there? Am I incorrect about this? Either way, they will certainly be finding something to flock about in this round. Eventually out to the safe side. Yeah, I'm not seeing any chickens, guys. There are chickens on Anubis, though, right? Yeah? I'm pretty sure. Huh. What a day. Different type of investigation. No one close enough to hear the audio cue given from the Pop Dog steps. There's more flashes where that came from. Where's the nade? Where's the nade? Where's the nade? There it is. TNL giving it to him slow. Do they have enough for this approach? That is the question. Another refresh on that Z-Smoke. Attention to Brown Halls. Nothing gonna pour out of T-Con right now. That bomb is headed elsewhere. That's why there is this B rotation right online. Here come the fights, and wow, Dahlia with a huge kill. Right now, they get the respect down out below. There is rotation here in the meantime. They're pulling from T-Con. If you get a good kill, you're gonna have to be concerned about that flank in a couple other moments. Onyx gonna get this bomb down finally. Oh, but this T-Con player has just disappeared. And again, SABRE are gonna be forced to save. sounded unsure about that because I thought I may have been incorrect for a moment. They are indeed on the way out towards Ivy. And TNL with 3 players will get away with this. A little bit shaky out towards the B site. But if SABRE knows that they are to continue to fight, sort of to think long-term in this first half, they got to save what they can.
Terrorists win.
I mean, these lurks have been so good by TNL right now. That's something that really they can thank. Or at least round 8 and taking that one to the bank. 4-4 against SABRE right now, right? As long as Hodix has this AWP online, then I think we can all, frankly, be a little bit more hopeful for what's to come. They go quick. TNL to this B side. They have an entry onto Sembi. The bomb plant that is coming in the back of this bomb train. And they've already called a save. SABRE don't even have a foot in the door. Is this just to be the train we know and love? No fight about it. They play heavier towards these outside lanes. This is why it made more sense, obviously, that TNL was picking into this map. SABRE have, you know, clear issues playing on train right now. I mean, where they seem to be on as individuals, maybe loosened out of, you know, protocols because lack thereof, right? Bomb about to go up right now. One back to supply the next. An MP9 from Sembi will be just fine. And again, like, there doesn't seem to be that player close Z for that rotation. And it's the long-term call for SABRE again. We just have to see if they're going to be able to succeed in that long-term. Full buy. You get that out for Sembi. Kit and then some. And again, TNL. Why would they ever stop? Sembi getting close to this. They were shooting right around the corner. The B rush right down. And Onic with a huge headshot. Are going to be attempting the retake this time. Are going to be right. Holding strong. Waiting for a flank. Oh my goodness. This is the reality. TNL are just controlling this train. They're getting fragged, but they just don't have the time. They don't have the space. TNL putting SABRE in their place on this train. My gosh. Carried out. Sure, it's an MP9 that converts the kill and upgrades to an AK. But how many rounds can you save these in a row without actually throwing it in the ring entirely? TNL, they roll their way to 6 and starting to get a little bit concerning. But as we mentioned, there are reasons to believe that this was going to be problematic in the first place. They send Hodix out with the AWP towards Brown Halls to take the immediate Q. If they change back to the page they have, back to the page that they pulled up in round 4, in their second gun round that SABRE was able to catch up to, and all the way out to Ivy, could not convert. Fake Reality around this corner. Right now, they take the Pico and knife pull for Fake Reality. Back in Old Bomb now with that type of space and where you're very vulnerable to this play. TNL can just control the pace right now. But it's that smoke fades and the held position becomes more tempting to take advantage of. Might be a big play in sight. Jackass does find his way all the way. Corner that's going to be so hard to clear. Bomb in Pop Dog right now. TNL, they got that kill like 30 seconds ago and have sat on it. Gotta stand ready to back up. Incendiary that goes out far. Can't exactly clip into this site. And the bomb still flaking from the other side, yet everybody's looking. Back into the bomb right now. That could be what catches them. It does. At least Jackass goes down. Bomb will go down. And maybe a second right here from this away L player. So close to converting a second kill. He does. There's concern about this. As Onyx converts, it's going to have to be Onyx to really deal a bunch of damage here down to red HP. Carney's going to have to be clean about it. This last player is red as well. And Sabre finally get out to go ahead and win one of these retakes. It's going to be 5 rounds for them in their first half efforts. For now, they can still pull this up for another. But a vicious buy they're staring back at. Onyx on the op now, once again. Sent it into Brown Hall's team. Now they're still upon that setup 2 times in a row. The site's still concerned, and they feel it. So they go very, very quick onto A. They're already past E-Box, and oh my god, now have to convert these kills, but you're just too far. You're still alive. Still have 1 bug within the site. Need some help. Bomb in the back nipped right now. Onyx responsible for a lot in that post plant. Couldn't get it done. Space back into Olaf for the moment. Where is this bomb headed? You need a kill out of this unit. You do get 1. You get 1. Holding strong on the other side of Pop as well. Patiently for the rotation. There's no flank here. No flank there. Sabre stand on business just the same. Which way does the wind take TNL in this round? But just sees the op up above. Onyx gonna be so low for it. Gets out 5-7. Onyx wins that fight. Now we know that it's gonna be a 1v1 with the opper that they just dropped into red. TNL, they come up successful in that first half, and it was true. Sabre were only gonna find 5 in that first. Great plays out of the IGL right at the end. This is a quality game of Train that they are really posting up, but also feeling back from a Sabre squad that, you know, we figured was rather more on that inexperienced end. Quick halftime between the 2 Ukrainian units. Only one of them going to be able to take this second spot in Group D. Right now, TNL's map pick is going according to plan.
Is there an issue? Maybe we do have a little bit of an issue here. I hear a little bit of, maybe a lot of typing. Nobody looks to be DC'd, but we are going to be passing with our freeze time now. Everybody ready to go. TNL looking to successfully embark on their first pistol round. Obviously, SABRE took that initially. And that's obviously a pretty barred challenge. That's something they need to stand up to. TNL all bunched inside a T-Con, ready to go. Dolly with a nice headshot, long range. Oh, this is not looking good. It may be 2 pistols in a row for Dolly. And this SABRE squad just racks up the bodies. Beautiful work. They put this in, rather that's TNL that will begin on that CT side and really get back into gear. And they bring out the dualies up top. They fight for those round hauls. It's Dolly long range that you've got to give the cred to. Rushing into round halls. SABRE, they're about to meet Dolly. Is it going to be a back-to-back huge rounds for this man? It is with the back of the hand at the B side. It comes down. It's Nifty's that is going to be slaying, and it's going to be 9. And TNL's map pick currently going in a splendid direction. Obviously, we do have a bit of a HUD flip. TNL on this CT side. SABRE barring with 5 at the moment. Those that may be confused, we'll get that fixed for you in 1 moment. However, we do carry on to our next full gun round. TNL, we're going to be facing off against these 5 rifles and actually getting an opening kill, but oh my gosh. Onyx with stunning swing back. We just carry this forward, get a little bit of a burn on the feet and a headshot to come through CT spine. They both come out of this man's court right now. Onyx on an MP9. Just right next door, and he gets a very nice headshot converted. And Dolly finishes the job. It's double digits, excuse me, for this TNL unit, as it seems to be going pretty well for them on the CT side, one after the next. Ragdoll took a bit of a pump there. MP9s. These MAC 10s, they're richer than that. They've got the big guns out, even the AUG on the IGL. And they are perfect against me right now. Long range gets the job done. 11 rounds now, 2 from putting TNL's map pick up and converting that on first. It's Anubis right after this that would be a little bit more challenging for that TNL squad. But right now, they're posting quite a motion and are looking good while doing it. Heavier in the brown ball, SABRE goes. Right on the next margin. Huge shot. That is put out and turning the corner. If he has been quite automatic, quite magnetic. But Smemby does have a swift trade. Gonna be a nice mark. But a 3 versus 4. Oh, he gets in a bit of an off angle on top of E-Box. On top to be put right down. Long range. Off is posted up right back from the stoppers. It's one in it. Calls in maybe a little bit of resistance. Actually, a lot. The entire squad is here. They decided right. They bet well. They have 12 rounds now in TNL. There's just one pass on the green away from putting it in. Could be another 13-5 posted at the beginning of our series. Obviously, just had that coming off of Unity's series versus Zero Tenacity. I wonder if I jinx it. Shall see. Hasn't been a ton of work to come through the Opper's grill because these riflers have just been so good. Onyx on the other side. Caught. TNL looking for these kills, and they are getting served right to them. 3 versus 4 right now. We're talking about the lack of attention, maybe the lack of responsibility brought to the Opper's way. It actually does just make them pay. Both right out. SMV with a pretty nice kill. This keeps them involved in a pretty gracious manner. They're out towards the B site right now. He does walk it up so close. Easy kill back for TNL. That was SMV, the player that was making it happen at that B site. Now that's wiped off of the concern list. Onyx is going to hear this. Bomber down. He just can't help himself to go and investigate. He sees it back and he takes down that player. And now you have found him. You have found this victory. TNL 13-5 find a victory over SABRE and are 1 map away from finding the 2nd slot out of Group D here in the Series 1 European closed qualifier. Great work they put back, even when these B-lurks were getting to him. I mean, that T side never really found that full footing. TNL with a 13-5 right on the board, and it was beautiful work that they absolutely get down in pretty clean fashion as well. You're going to be seeing on to an Anubis that's going to be right next after this, which, I mean, I'm going to be really looking forward towards because, I mean, really, we're coming off of a similar series look. Even I talked about how the scoreline was similar, but it was Unity that pushed so much harder on that 2nd map. I just have to wonder if there's going to be that type of pungence from SABRE, because I feel like they were so effective there early in that game, where on that CT side, I mean, it was brought at them from TCon, right? But I feel like there was a bit of an adjustment made by TNL where they realized the depth wasn't there until later in that CT half, right? They sending Odic back up to those brown halls to check what was happening right in the business down there. But overall, it was overwhelmed by that TNL unit. You head on to an Anubis that I said was concerning. So we'll see if SABRE answers the call and forces a 3-map series. But for now, we're going to be sending this thing to a 10-minute break before we do pop out on the other side at that Anubis. We'll see you in a little bit.
Alrighty, welcome back. We got Anubis. We have got TNL up by one map here. They want to make their final push so that they can close out this second spot in Group D, so they can push their way to the playoffs portion of our closed qualifier to make the main event. We got 4 spots for 4 lucky teams here coming out of the closed qualifier stage here, right? I mean, we have TNL, the highest rated team, VRS ranking wise, whatever you want to throw at them, right, in this tournament to begin with. So, you know, they are adamant about making this final push. They are the team that is expected to the most by those margins that I just mentioned, right? And in the games that we played today that are all with the Valve system, we know how important these to be. But being that this is Anubis and being that it is T-sided and it is the pick of their opponents, why would TNL not tee themselves up to go ahead and finish this thing out pretty quickly? We know that they do have some shaky Anubis experience, but it's nice score lines against nicer opponents. And with a lack thereof on the SABRE side, I do trust TNL to likely get this done, especially favoring the offensive start. No, official on Intel TV yet. This is a direct challenge out to see where TNL are weak. They're just going to be trying to hammer him down back at the safe side. They get the rotations here, but look at the crawl. Look at who is in that B site. It's their Opper, who's just trying to push it down the street, make it around the corner. It does. Make it right into the elbow, just to make this thing so scary for SABRE fighting back at 2 versus 3.
Die. Everyone taking out. This is quite a crossfire. They may not even see into Die. Onyx to give him the low. And Die to finish him off. TNL, they have another pistol round in this series. They're second of the kind. Got the second in that half. Finish out Train. Second in the second half. Excuse me, I'm Train. Here to start off on the right foot. Just to be a quick one against the USPs. TNL want to push themselves downhill while this is absolutely necessary. Quick flash in. Here they go. Down the lane. He was picked up by the AWP. It was all to save for that op if they do wish for it early. TNL are stacking some racks up. Very plain buy out here for SABRE. It's obviously forced to be. They gotta let these rifles do the talking here. And TNL ready for this. For this B attack. Two players about to be flashed into E-box. And they're already getting it on the back end. There's so much resistance being put up here. Now so little contact, but actually they are succeeding on a big notice. M4 has many things to say, just 3. Now it's all on the original Lurk, and look at him go to work. Has to just play around with Jackass, but he will pass. It's SABRE that does end up passing to their first round on Anubis. You could call it the bonus, you can call it what you want by TNL. Either way, they go and coordinate a pretty nice hit, and you know, without a lot of utility to give resistance, it's the frags that shine through. Molotov to go forward. Two players were caught in these positions on the pistol round, but are you really going to be expecting this boost? Spotting onto the shoulder, and now getting right back off it. They have found the foundation of the boost. Now this A site is going to be a point of contention. That is just a very hard sight to see. Onyx flashed up. Nothing immediately presented. In fact, he's blind on his peak. And a MAC-10 actually does come up with the kill. And it's clean into the A site right now. TNL about to tee up for their third round. However, if there is to be resistance, I mean, they're to give it back. This is Sembi and Fake Reality being right where they need to be. And a 1v1 to be taken by both of these units. Got to land one of these op shots. Just got to buy time with the MAC-10 that is sounding off through this smoke. Fake Reality knowing that they're going to be pinching right down upon him. Backed up to take these fights. And both the players are here. Onyx going to be walking up. They're both going to be taking this fight and jumping across, dealing the damage. Dai gets it done with the AK, surviving at about 50 health. Can't get his hands on the op. It's costly for TNL. But they bounce immediately back from a big buy out of SABRE and a big win they put up in the previous. USPs did just check into E-box. Maybe with the A resistance, they give it a good back and stack right down with the rotations. Let's find one of those pistols awaiting. About to get a whole lot more attention than just the one. Dink that finds him eventually. And Honix does finish off the job. Pretty nice, pretty precise with that deagle. Honix does smoke out. That back door is shut.
Terrorists win.
And TNL shuts the door on that for Alive. Talked about them making that money before. Well, they just made another deposit. SABRE are going to have their best buy of the game so far. There's no need to get worried at all. Running through box with this MAC-10 is semi-nervous? Has to be. Is easy free kill. The Lils can rattle back for just about as long as they attempt to try. TNL sits out for another execute, most likely. Go down right now. Fake reality sprints back over to Sembi to set up this boost. Look at how they actually line this one up. Dolly with the spam back down, and he lands the headshot. They've been dealing with these boosts all day. Fake reality gets a great kill. Now has to just pull the grenade. It's out and it's exposed. TNL now forced to have one of their members clutch. It's again the AWP player. Smoke for him. He's got a scene into a bit of the spam. He's letting it go. The 10-second defuse converted by SABRE. They have a second on their CT side.
Counter-terrorists win.
The attempted boost. It's a very nice card to pull. And in fact, they didn't need it. Stood well, even when, mustered off of that game plan, which, you will have to admit is a tough scene to press. Afraid of that number fully being pressed. Intimidated by what could potentially be thrown back out there. Back and forth, Jackass can put down his foot eventually. Gets a full spotting. At least smokes off the camera. TNL can play ball with this now. Can actually go for as long as they do wish to challenge. A little bit more noise to camera, trying to fake a bit of a drop of a nade. Back to this ace site. Back to fake reality. 40 seconds. They wait for it to clear. You've got to play retake right now. They know what mess they've gotten themselves into. It's the B site that they are no longer going to have to bargain with. It's going to have to be in the later dates. It's going to have to be during the negotiation. This bomb going down now to start that phase. Now we're in 5th round. Trying to fight here through canals. Onyx can just really thread his needle and remove a couple of these finally rotating players. Pulling back this AK. Jackass knows they've got to get off and save these guns. There's a couple members that is considering making a difference. Niffy seeing into Temple, but they've gone quite far. Not stopping in CT spawn. Finally got that out of the conversation. 5 for TNL. This is where they need to be posting their T side. This is where they need to be making a difference, and they are. Nade that goes out. That's the canals, rather, excuse me, to does a little bit of damage. Instant trade from Die in middle. They take space. They force themselves to stand in it. Mitra has been so quiet in this second map. In a minute 20, TNL sit now. If only the MP9 player knew what was on the other side. Go ahead and jest for a missed shot and maybe take the full thing. They hold this for a mid-split. Get ready for the rotations. That's an interesting call. Oh, and he's ready for this next play. That's the camera player out of this conversation. This A site is going to be completely empty. Fake Reality back over to B. Met up with Hodix. Now they all should just save in this one. This bomb going to go down, and a 6 is going to find a way to TNL in this first half.
Bomb has been planted.
Hold on to these guns.
Terrorists
Two
win.
players survive for Sabre, but the damage is just tallied one after the other. A pretty pungent bleed that you're not going to be able to stop so soon. The CT size know what challenge they have called for and knows that it's really going to have to sort of just survive into that T side. That's the point. And 4-5 is where that territory becomes manageable, becomes comfortable. So this is where they're going to need to turn it up. Sending it through canals. They're not ready for this. That smoke delivered, obviously signaling the play. Fake Reality crunches in as well. That is all the canals control won early by TNL. Rather, by Sabre. You're not going to be able to hold on to this real estate. There is no utility for that. They take in other places. Moving out onto middle. Just an M4 jiggling back and forth here. So no op to be worried about. It's on hot elsewhere. B players investigate. They don't see anything outside of their bomb site. They know this is going towards A now. And a smoke to just be right in front of camera. I don't think they're going to be afraid of this. I think they want to take advantage of it. TNL sends 2 players to phase in that. And Onyx finds the opening kill, as a matter of fact. Second player rotates into heaven. Jackass on the line right here is going to have to take a huge fight and win it. Forced back to Game Ender right now. Just keeping this around in play for Sabre. Dai pushes this part in a 4v2. Blow, 2 versus 4 defeat, but into the arms of the Opera, who is waiting right behind. A third to find onto the CT line. This is when we talked about their efforts needing to kick in gear, and they've got one more for you. Quickly into E-Box again. It's been a brutal bartering tool. Here goes Molotov back in his direction, but Onyx, what a shot! Didn't even take a little bit of that respect right back. Onyx putting up a highlight reel. Just very quickly. Round 10 came crashing and burning down. TNL gonna have to recover in the next. See if this op is gonna be able to hold on to. Honestly, in the next is a different conversation. Their economy was ruined in the round 9 victory. An op would be a very gracious line to hold on to, but obviously you just want to find some scratches along the way, and with TNL and their last remaining member being 50 seconds on the other side of the map, both of those factors are going to make this much more difficult than it needs to be. Honestly, doing a good job of it. As the moment goes, you're actually getting closer toward that Sabre side. I think this is where you're going to be satisfied. So 4 is officially found. And honestly, I mean, you're still possibly able to get things completely tied up here. Onto the eco. Going to make things a little bit easier for you. TNL starting to feel some pains here on the back end. And it obviously is an eco now with an op, which is going to make things... Obviously, you would love to have one safe gun over, but that honestly makes things a lot more complicated. How do you play with that? And the Tech 9s, whatever it is, the call. Go all in for it. Because if they catch out, it will be 8 rounds in this first half, potentially. And then that's going to be really hard to argue with. The Sabre do find a little bit of footing, right? They do find some sort of success in some of those holds, right? The fact that they could potentially get into the toolbox in the T side, sort of open up shop, is a scary idea for TNL that just want a comfortable 2-0 victory. Hitting the boost, can't quite get it off. It'll be the second time in this half they would follow it up. This time there's no AK to spam back. Not in that direction particularly. They sent all 3 Tech 9s to flood in through E-Box. It's just fake reality here. Just sent away Sembi on that rotation. Now he's just got to be coming back. There's a Molotov right in front of the front. They're going to be right out, and they need to find respect back on these pistols. Onyx with a huge shot. Does a pickup onto fake reality, who is the only member in this side. Can't find the AK particularly. A little bit further than that. 4 full HP players of Sabre you got to fend off. Luckily, you have the top. It's time for it to stand up. Needs a big kill right now to just put that in play. A missed shot. And now there is that flank coming through. The Tech 9 is rattling off right now. Oh, whiffing onto the flanker. And Nitra has a huge conversion. The spray transfer hops on the bomb just in time. And has a 5th for Sabre. And Lewis is changing hands by the minute. Great work that TNL put into making that play happen. But it's Sabre, like we said, that's starting to stand up as individuals. That time for the first in the post-plant. First half of train, no, was not this close. That we can tell you for sure. TNL now down. You can sort of consider them that way. A 7-5 here would still be a success, but They had that all written onto an 8-4. They now have another entry into the B side. Yet fake reality still alive. He puts up a triple. This is for real. Bomb about to go down right here, and maybe a tie half between these two squads. Two full HP players left ready to deal with. Only one AK, and it's going to be right down to E-Box. Got to deal with the AWP. Bounces back, and now going to be just a lone individual from a street. A swing and a miss. But now the reshuffle within this retake has meant repositioning for TNL. Clearing out close with the op. Doesn't know where he's getting clipped from. And now from behind, it will be 7-5. TNL, they come out of that first half with a lead, just a 2-round lead. But honestly, they felt the cost along the way. SABRE show more face for a team that unfortunately does not have an official on Anubis as a full 5 until now. I've let that go out of other units. Previous vetoes. I have to wonder if TNL are going to be able to hold their very high bar. Winning these last 2 pistols. That's what they would need to go ahead and do. Dooley's dealt out. The A site going to be particularly weak, and that's going to be where SABRE head. Got these Dooley's perched up to the Dooley's. You got to just hold the bar. Reaches it way higher. My goodness. Got to put on some more weight for that, because this man's about to rake 5 into his course. An ace up potentially right now. But either way, whatever silver lining, through the gold you can put on right now, Fillerax with an ace out of those Doolies as a lone member on an island. Just kept him at Reeves' Bay, and you get an 8 scoreline just like that. Be your ticket into the second half, and it just comes with a little bit of momentum in the combo. TNL are going to be loving that. All of our viewers as well. Just Glocks out here for SABRE now. These MP9s, they're going to be bugging close. Push through mid. Easy kill. They're actually just bringing the fight to these pistols. Dai's got that. 1v1 versus Onyx out here. The USP comes successfully. Not that finally getting caught. They have the MP9s that were dropped, but at what cost? 9, that's going to be in the field of TNL now. They are 4 rounds away from putting this map to rest. E-Box play out from Onyx, and he just spams down and gets fake reality so effortlessly. How do they respond to this B site? Here's a hint as to how they're going to do it. Utility drawn. Dai going to pick up one across the line. Onyx and Dai going to clean them up. Zemby last alive. Position, and they are actually correct. My turn, I says, let me get the part of the spam, and doesn't get the kill, but gets the respect along the side. It's TNL that are just so efficient there. I mean, 4 bodies stacked up through the next. Just between those two players, no help needed. Everyone but Hodix goes ahead and forces down for Sabre right now. Which is all well and good. Gotta keep up the constant AWP while you can. Flash goes high. If he ducks in and out. Now these pistols are going to be up here right at the moment. Turn around that corner. And it's a contact made. TNL are getting a whole lot of checks at the beginning of this round, but they're not seeing any balances. Quick incendiary. Close, nobody's showing into that next round. But a MAC-10 held by Jackass. Holding so soon. Semvi, deagle in hand. Here goes the far-reaching smoke and incendiary them right on the street. And they're actually successful on this first waiting member. Blows the smoke. You can see this player trying to plant bomb. Not in Doggy's house, not today. Maybe when he's away. Maybe that's the only way they can actually make it work. Oh my gosh. Reality, huge deagle headshot. Carnage just going to be lining them all up. Would have to take 2 crazy headshots in a row. It's one that is not so crazy coming out of the Tech 9. Faces up to it, finishes the page, and turns it. You got one more, rather 2 in a row as 11 rounds are hit by TNL. Should have a big buy now, and this is going to be the basis for which they sit in the rest of this series. Within the rest of the closed qualifier, this is it. Stand up or sit down. Heavily favored for TNL in this matchup to begin with. But now we're showing their weight in the gym. Could be teased, blown wide open. Incendiary this place close. Molotov to respond right back. Sabre, they know how to play this one. They know how to dry it in the long term. They have 2 big kills beginning of this round. Might be an issue here on this B side. A 3rd kill converted. And surely some space to be given back. Potentially even the immediate save. So right around the corner for both of these players. That's the AWP backup. Just for now. Never did turn that corner at the very perfect time. Getting ready for it. But this op is on way back. Sabre have got a 6th. That one's clean for them. Fake Reality has really kicked up an interesting performance here in the back end right now. up to 15 frags is not taking this T-side spot for granted. And sources have told me that the Vitality Falcons Grand Final is, again, absolutely insane, but I promise you, this is the better matchup. That you need to keep your eyes here. SABRE about to bring this thing back. They've got this T-side, and they've revved up the engine. The keys were stolen a long time ago. Onyx right around the corner, and this is what I was talking about. A nice opening kill they find on this one now. Players getting prepped for an A-side execute. Luckily, you have your opper where you need them. But this close, not going to be an issue. Onyx joined the pack as well. TNL practically stacking the site. They want to bring the pressure before it just goes too low. The team kill. That's going to be one to track. But now the opper is trying to attack in and out of the smoke. It actually finds Hoddick. But now Dai 1v1 versus Fake Reality for the 12th round here in this season. Fake Reality off of the crunch, but it is Dai that will punch in the knockout. It's the 12th round for TNL, and they just sit in the ring one punch closer to making this thing a 2-0 and earning their second place out of Group D. SABRE will give it their all. The newest opportunity presented to them, unfortunately, will not see fully through. Will fall at the end. Send me with a huge headshot. Look at how close they get. SABRE right here would have to be a multi-kill, but they can't make it happen. Fake Reality with the trade. Look at how Onyx has gotten all the way to the flank. They should get another kill in the meantime. This should be 7 for SABRE. Within the carpets. Here's an AK for that next round. Dai very far out of the conversation. Putting a little bit of pressure on him. There's an incendiary back. Hoddick finds the saving member. Going to be even interested to finding Onyx as well, but we shall see if that actually does come down. A nade falls to the feet of Onyx right here, but it should be all well and safe. 7 do find SABRE. They're putting up a pretty gracious effort, but here on the back end, when it meets 12, it's going to be a really troubling meet. Going to be really limited. TNL in the next round going to have to make do with just this one AK.
Terrorists win.
Likely time to force with it. .57 at Deagle, and even the auto shotty. A little bit elusive. Something you may not imagine to see at this very front, but hey, you better believe it. Trying it towards the middle, though. Ooh, I like this boost. Not going to find anything on it, unfortunately. Full occupation. It's like all the way seen in by Iffy. He's already down to 45. Yeah. Going to be calling for this. 2 players back-to-back in A here are going to be your only defense. They've got to be able to find this kill onto the waiting carpet player if they do see into it in time. Gonna be free out for him. It's crawling off of the boost, but you've got to be aware of something. They do find that awaiting player, but right now you've got to get the trade back now. And here it's going to be coming through. Now, 3 frags away now, but this is still a challenging feat. Here comes the backup. Here comes that next step. It's got to be a kill out of Dai, and it is out of his 5-7. Know that auto shot, he's going to have a way tougher time. Is right on it. Right to the butt. Shotgun that will drop, and dying right at the top of the clock. 13-7. TNL will be doing everything they can to push SABRE out of this Group D and force their name to take that second spot to force their way to take the next step in this closed qualifier. They want to make it to Series 1 in Season 3. Here to kick off CCT. TNL, they have been a ripping force here in the European play in the last month. 1 level up Lund, have went on streaks in other tournaments, went second at Galaxy, and here are really on track, likely to make their first CCT event as a team, if I am correctly, but obviously for sure here in Season 3, as it is the first here in Europe. So to make that crawl, but also to have those expectations, to force it here. They were expected to be the first team out of this group based on their seeding, based on their ranking, but either way, they do get it there. We should find out who exactly these matchups are going to be eventually. But oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have had 2 pretty great series today, and coming out of our back end, it's going to be Zero Tenacity and Team Next Level that are going to be seeing their way into that next stage of our closed qualifiers, which is going to be so exciting. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us out here. That's the end of our day. Unfortunately, we've got nothing more on the clock for you. It's going to be coming tomorrow. You got 4 play-in matches to decide 4 of these slots, 8 teams. Half of them are going to be going home. Unfortunately, not satisfied, not with how their scenes had gone here in Series 1. They are going to be tracking on, but obviously, you know, they've earned a couple of officials under their belt, right? They've raised their rankings, rather, if you're making it this far in the tournament, but you're missing rather than have lowered them, right? I mean, that's the game you're playing at this point, to try and remain within the circuit, and you really do so. It was impressive scenes out of both of these sides tonight. All 4 squads that we did get on stream here to just end it out there. Shout out M&J, of course. Mr. Joshua was holding it down on here before me. We saw some really great matchups when I did have the chance to watch along, but obviously you speak about Ruby coming out of Group A, Sandgal in a 3-mapper over Alliance out of Group B, Zero Tenacity out of Group C, and then here obviously Team Next Level out of Group D. Those will be your 4 teams to meet up with our number 1 seeds here tomorrow to play for those 4 slots. But I think that's it with my spiel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining me here this afternoon. Of course, it's been an absolute pleasure. But like I just said, more CCT, CS coming to you in the morning. 4 very important matchups. You're going to have 2 beautiful casters to take you through of it, I am sure. But again, thank you so much. It has been Get the Bag Mark, and we will see you back here at the Champions of Champions Tour here real soon. Everybody have a great rest of your evening. Bye-bye.